Whoa. Hello there, everybody. Welcome to here. Uh, for those of you who don't know this, we're the Protons Flat League. We've kind of been dormant for a little bit, but we kind of figured, hey, it would be nice to at least do a little something, something. So we're doing our little one-day side events that we used to do. Uh, Only we're doing Twilight Zones for real this time as a kind of a run. Uh, to meet your commentators here, I'm Super Icy. I'm one of the league's officials, and I'll be commenting today with another member. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Ladies, NBs, and gentlemen, it me, Solid Mushroom. Hello.
Who is also a PSL member here with us. So,
Yep, I have been the captain of Planet Firefin for a while. I was captain of Tilted Axis because Firefin kind of uh, dissolved for a bit. We might come back, who knows?
we'll figure it out one way or another.
And yeah, I've also been a commentator and caster for various Dale Sushi events.
That has also been true. But to introduce ourselves here, what we're going to be doing here, this is Twilight Zones. This is a Zones-only tournament, and it's the first one we're actually getting to run through Sendu. Right now, it is the group stage. And as the bracket is about to start here, we'll select our matches accordingly. There are going to be 4 rounds in the group stage, and that'll split everyone into 2 brackets. Top 8 will make the gold bracket, and everyone else will be in the silver bracket. From there, it is the double limb, best of 5, best of 5s for semis and finals in your respective bracket. It's fun getting back to this, especially since I'm definitely an average Zones fan in this game. It's probably most people's mode of choice here in Splatoon 3. But I'm excited to see what goes on here. Most of these teams are probably unfamiliar to us and definitely probably running PSO on their own for the first time, but we have a couple events here.
Yep, there should be some familiar faces in the crowd. Though, if I'm being honest, I'm more of a tower control guy.
Yeah. So we got 18 teams here. We're looking forward to some of it. We're getting things set to pick up our first match in round 1 of group play. We're gonna have actually a surprise because between 2 PSL veteran teams with Dale Sushi and Spectacular Dolphins here. I'm not really sure what to expect here, but it's gonna be interesting anyway. Especially considering, from what I've done of Dolphins, they are definitely like Chaos Incarnate, and you never know what to expect when watching them. Dale Sushi is a pretty standard team to win through, from what I remember, but that could definitely surprise you too.
Yeah, for sure. Just trying to get chat up so I can see it. There we go.
And then just look forward to what we have here. Bring up the set list here for this round. Group play is play all 3 reminders, so even if they win the first 2, they still have to play game 3 anyway. But looking at the map list here, we have Brinewater to start. Very interesting to see what'll happen there. Barnacle and Dime, and ending with the Marlin Airport. Very, very small, but we'll see how it goes either way between these 2 teams. I wouldn't understand how Dolphins would probably even attempt to probably attack Brinewater. I could probably expect what to see from Dale Sushi, but I've been surprised before. Meta has changed. Not too much, because the last patch was in the middle of last season. When this season started, we didn't actually get a patch yet. So I think we know patches are far in between. So how meta is at its point right now is probably going to settle in a little bit.
I am hoping to see some stamps fly.
Yeah, I feel like a lot's changed since we ran season 10 for PSL, especially with the updates. Stamp definitely is among that.
For sure. I have been picking up Vincent's weapon of choice, the Splosiomatic. And
This,
throwing the stamp is very fun.
it's very interesting to try to deal with now as we get through that. The stamp now is just definitely very different. Like, it was already kind of like when they buffed it on the ground, it was already like kind of annoying to deal with. It wasn't bad. It was just kind of like if you were playing short range, it still wasn't great to deal with. But now the fact that it's also kind of dangerous through the air is definitely like what to expect. Because like before, it was just like, all right, if they tossed it, as long as they weren't dead on, you were probably fine. Just taking the chip. I mean, on top of now, they don't. They can be a little bit more inaccurate, and you'll take more chip, but also just having to still deal with the wizard of damage. I had one case where I think I got hit with it through a wall from the kill damage, and there was definitely like, man, things definitely have changed nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
Still not the best special. It's still got a lot of flaws, but it's definitely gotten stronger.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to place a best special in a game where Tacticooler exists.
Well, there it is, right there. It's right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Just thinking about it, like, as someone who mained the junior the past two games, and even still in this one, despite everything, and like, you had armor last game, which was the bane of everyone's existence. I mean, how could it not be? You had a special that basically invalidated two of the game's weapon classes. So,
Yeah, I remember some of my earliest experiences in PSL were running V Junior with literally no other abilities other than special charge and special power.
I'll see, you felt the need to do that. I'm just kind of like the standard fare. All right, I'm jack of all. I just need to make sure I have two bombs. So, probably running comeback, if not LDE. But
Yeah, compared to my strategy with Junior in Splatoon 3, which is 3 mains, 9 subs, quick respawn.
that's only a way to run, Junior. I feel like I kind of stick to my old ways. Maybe a little more in Sub Saver, at least in this game. But that's kind of been an up and down history, especially considering me and my the identity crisis, we'll say, I had in Splatoon 3, where I kind of was all over the place. Kind of hard not to be when, you know, you had a class you were kind of solidified in for the past 7 years, and then that kind of just disappeared.
Yeah. I have branched out as well. I have started using non-pure gear and, in fact, other weapons. But
Even I,
you know, it's
kind of been raised everywhere else, considering myself. Like, normally I was kind of like, all right, Junior Zap, that's me. I can probably play other weapons, but like, those are my solidified ones. Even from the start of this game, I was like, oh gosh, is Junior actually bad? Can I play this anymore? I gotta find other options. Oh man, I don't like Zap either. Oh boy, where am I now? So I started going through everything. Uh, couldn't play like at the start of this game. Couldn't play like any of my two weapons. I just felt so out of place. So I kind of just went everywhere. Shot started feeling good, especially after Zuka got buffs. So I was there a lot of the time. Yeah, blasters felt good. I actually started playing blasters, and even through the life of this game, it wasn't too long ago that I started actually even backlighting in this game. So I've kind of been all over. I'm still definitely in that support mindset, but I've definitely flexed more. So, because support,
yeah,
where I'm still kind of like, go on.
No, go ahead.
I was like, case in point, like by the end of PSL season 9, our last season that I had my team in solo play, I was like, by the time playoffs came around, I was like, yeah, I'm kind of just backling tonight. So I was like, all right, I'm on VJet, maybe running other things, but mostly on VJet. We're just kind of here. So
Yeah, I find myself able to bounce between all kinds of different shooters. Like, if I hold the ZR button and it fires, then it works. Alright, looks like we're getting into our first match, though.
at least it seems like our two teams are ready to go. Based on what we're waiting on here. So hopefully we'll get things up soon enough. All right, it looks like we mostly here, and it looks like we should be good to go soon. As the teams are picking their weapons out.
Rainwater is a very interesting level. Unconventional pick I want to see from Dolphins, Bloblobber.
There's Dolphins. Now, wouldn't be surprised mindset considering the two of them. Someone could do it. They're random enough. I have my ideas of probably what I would expect to be seen. From both sides. And I'm hoping at least from one of them. At least, I guess this is me kind of playing devil's advocate again. I want to be mindful in that the predictive option isn't going to show up from either team because it's Brian Water. So
Alright, looks like we're getting into it.
right then.
Ah, no blob. That's fine. You want to read off weapons?
Sure. Let's see. Dale Sushi here, off running off with the Nautilus. Should be the 47. We have that. We have a Bamboo, which is kind of a shocking pick there, and and then Octo Shot. With Dolphins over here running the undercover, very expected from one member of Dolphins over there. The Dynamo. I see a Aerospray also expected, and an 89 versus an 85. Interesting from Theo there.
Yeah, it's a matter of do you run cooler or do you bring more paint?
It is zoned, and it seems like both of them at least thankfully avoided the traditional option. There is a cooler out there, thankfully, because there is an 85 on DLC. So they went for mobility over just kind of things they put. Zap, of course, still a decent painter. And Dale Sushi is at least continuing to pressure themselves up after they've pushed up, and they're already halfway through the counter for the zone. Counter cool on the other end from the Dynamo there, since it's the vanilla Dynamo.
Looks like strikes are ready, and they're getting thrown in the Spectacular Dolphins base. They might have run out, though. That was a bomb. Chumps are coming out on that zone, but Dale Tucci is there to paint it. 15 points to go and decreasing fast.
That's around 5, 4, 3 as Rayon tried to get in there, but he couldn't do it. And Dale Sushi easily takes game one on Brinewater. So
a nice, quick, not quite 100 to 0.
very interesting. That was very strongly put.
Next up, Barnacle and Dime. If we don't see a pencil here, then I will assume it is out of honor.
Would probably be safe to assume, I would guess. As sad as things are.
Yeah, because pencil is just really good at walling out from either of the protected areas directly in front, whose name eludes me because it has been a hot minute since I've commentated anything. My OBS was broken for like a month. It was great.
Oh, fun. There's a lot of open space, Barnacle and Dime especially. The last couple of patches have at least kind of addressed that. They've at least put a little bit more cover in the actual zone itself. Doesn't really stop Pencil too much, considering A, its main snipe point, and B, the fact that they're still got decent range. They're really not matched by too many other chargers. Leader, the leader will challenge it, of course, because it's leader. It'll challenge anything. A suggestion for Dolphins might actually be if they had like a marker, if they didn't want to have to go in the long range, to probably deal with something back there, but they're running the pencil anyway, and it seems like they're both kind of set on continuing things, although I do see a reflux being added to the mix now.
Yeah, that is a reflux on the side of Dolphins. We've also got the beloved V Junior. We've got that Dynamo, and we have a Bloblobber. Meanwhile, on the side of Dale Sushi, we have the exact same comp, I believe.
Yeah, no change.
We have the Bamboo. Yeah. We got that Bamboo, we've got that Nautilus, we've got that 85, and we've got that Octo Shot.
They're definitely keeping control once again as they got it right away. Barnacle and Dime also very much so notorious for if you get first fight, it can be pretty easy for the attackers to continue to lock out and hold that pressure. And it seems like Dale Sushi may be doing that as they're pushing up deep in the Dolphin base. I don't think they can win too many fights. The Dynamo getting a pick there before getting picked off itself by the Knot, which seems like something that has been hard to challenge. If I'm Dolphins, I might want to find a counter for that.
Yeah, I think that's what the blob was supposed to be, but you really have to be precise, and Nautilus is so mobile that it might not be the best counter. Dale Sushi did a great job of keeping Dolphins away from that zone.
Got that second point. They're darn near faster, dare I say, than the first one. And that would be two, as we have one more game, as it's on Marlin Airport, something that is very close quarters and very tiny, very tight. Another one that I could say is probably decently easy to lock out on. I think they could get more out of the Junior or something like the Blob here on this map, actually, versus trying it on like Barnacle and Dime, if Dolphins so wish to do that.
For sure.
I think their answer here is to just see if they can find a counter to that Nautilus, because it's been driving in. The range could come from the Dynamo, but it hasn't found ways to get in too often. And it's also very mobile. Dynamo, of course, is notorious for its slow swing speed. Junior potentially could have gotten in if it had this bomb range on it, and also was matching in mobility. It's probably up to both that Junior and potentially also that reflux together if they still run that. But the Junior just needs something that is more of an attacker to be alongside it to see if they can double team the Knot out. Is probably, and I'd say Dolphins' game plan might be. Even so, Marlin itself, again, very close quarters. A mid-ranger probably would be one hopeful. Probably would also say not a bad mind map show, I'd probably suggest.
We might see some Dowsers. Dowsers tend to work decently well here. being able to keep your distance when you're on elevator and almost pseudo snipe from the high ground and then roll into close quarters, very useful.
I can see Dowser's doing something. Oh, it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility, that's for certain.
All right, let's see it.
Time is up, and here we go. Oh,
Bit of a
okay,
different comp
Dolphins.
from Dale Sushi and from Dolphins.
A little bit of a change from both. We have the vanilla shot. Well, that's not really much of a change, but the wiper from Zion over there. And even further, Dolphins kind of changing up almost everything from what they were. The Brawler's still here, the Zap's still here, but a Dreadringer, and they also tried to answer the knot with a Hydra, which is an interesting thing.
Fortunately, it didn't quite work out the way they probably hoped, considering they got wiped out.
Yeah, and that gave an easy push in once more for Deo Sushi. As the Re-Slider gets a pick and they're trying to find an answer on the zone, they better dodge those chunks. Get caught between two specials there. Not actually having a lot of footing, being kind of misstepped, but not pushing forward. Very much a ton of ease. They gotta find an answer for it soon, because they're already down to 30 and counting. As they race the Re-Slider, which I'm pretty sure could have gone torpedoing the zone just to take out the knot.
Oh, they managed to flip the zone and put a penalty on Dale Sushi.
A 59 penalty, so about halfway through. About even and all, but it didn't take much for them to take it back. Dolphins getting a penalty of their own. And there goes that knot again, using the splashdown. They really don't have an answer for it. This knot is just kind of...
This knot is inside their walls.
Yeah. And then some, basically, locked you inside of your house. A raid target, full on. As they basically got them pinned up the spawn, and they can't escape with the counter down to 20. I think this has been a clean 3-0 for Dale Sushi. And that'll confirm it.
A clean 3-0 sweep for Dale Sushi, but we haven't seen the last of the Dolphins.
Right, group stage. We got 3 more rounds for everyone to go through, and I'm even sure round 1 isn't fully over with just yet, as we wait to see what we're gonna do. Well, that's a 3-0 given out to Dale Sushi, and that'll definitely help them in the seeding.
Looks like we are still waiting on, what is that, 4 sets?
I see 4, and they're all on 2-0 currently.
Is this just going to be one round of full complete sweeps? I
can
not.
hope there's a balance in there somewhere, but I was kind of curious what the crowd was going to be here. Well, there's another one that just went final. That's a 3-0 from the other way, though. Interesting, the lower seed there. All right, as we're just waiting here for more of the rounds to end. Get a bit more here before the next group stage starts. 3 more planned to go. Another one just went final. That's another 3-0. So we have 2 more we're waiting on now.
Oh, one of them just went. It's all down to first seed versus 10th seed.
It's looking pretty strong. Waiting for that one to go final here before we move on to the next round. I might have an eye, so. Go keep an eye on that really quick. But we thank you for everyone joining us today. For those of you who are here. Oh, it's been a small time, and it's been a couple months, so bear with us if we're shaking off a bit of a rust, because it's actually been quite a bit.
It looks like it finished up with another 3-0. So
Yeah,
round one was nothing but sweeps.
I can't say I am. Well, I guess I can say I'm surprised. I was hoping it wouldn't have just been that, but. Checking in to see. So the second round is started, so we can probably announce that now, but I want to see who we're going to pick. I'm curious between all of these that are here, what we're going to go for as we're waiting through. Well, it was a pretty strong set, all things considered. I'm thinking with what we can find for the sake of balance. We have a couple of teams that are seated next to each other, so maybe now things might be set a little more in the correct spot. We're waiting on this again. Bear with us.
Yep.
Okay.
Just gotta find the best match.
I do believe we have our match for stream on round 2. It looks like we're going for Red School and Freedom. Red School Leviathans Club. They're hosting. As we wait for setup there, I'm kind of curious what to expect here, considering these are two teams I've not really seen in action before.
Yeah, taking a quick look at the member list, I don't really see too many familiar names on here.
Well, they're definitely new to the PSL, I can say that much. But seems like they might know the game. Clearly, these are both teams on the winning sides for the first sets, so this should be interesting to see.
Yep, for sure. Red School Leviathan's Club was able to go 3-0 against Slant, and Freedom went 3-0 against Deep Sea International.
Both of those are PSO teams, so
Deep Sea International was the winner of Silver Bracket for Season 10.
yes, that they were. They beat out Dolphins, and I mean that was a fun time doing Silver Bracket. Even from the teams that weren't in gold that year, but Silver had a good time too. It was very competitive at the top, which is all we can really ask for. So
Yeah, absolutely.
just wanting this out here. Looking at the set list this time. Let's see. We start with Meta Maria, our first dual zone map of the day. We have Hagglefish after that, and then we'll end on an interesting one with Ship Shape Cargo Company. Okay. We we picked some interesting maps to go with on this one. Meta Maria is not too bad. It's a dual zone map. Small dual zones. I imagine most of the fight might actually be on top on the mast, but depending on how they want to handle things, that can change. Although what I'm really interested in is Shipshape Cargo Company right now, looking at these maps. Considering that was kind of a honeymoon phase, at least for us in PSO, where it was like, we definitely had, when it first released, we're kind of fun with it, and then as things kind of learned in Splatoon 3 kind of advanced as a game, we kind of changed our tone a little bit. Personally, I just think it's not the best zones map. I think you can do worse. It's not very fun though. It's very choky. Very easy to get pushed back on. Hard to fight up top.
Yeah, I still think it's one of the funnier Rainmaker maps because you go for the straight-on checkpoint, and then it's just right there.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like though, at least for Rainmaker, once you're kind of already at the check, you're probably winning the game. It depends on how much of a fight there is for it. It could be a stalemate between both of you getting the check, and whoever gets there first is the winner. But it's also the fact that check is kind of just one big suicide route because it's just a chokehold. It's a straight shot, sure, but it's also your only real push. So getting caught there is definitely not fun, either for your attackers or the defenders, honestly. That might be the bias he's talking though. The short range biasy.
And I mean, the series has had its fair share of worse zones maps. I'm looking directly at Port Mackerel Splatoon 1.
Oh man, like I mean, because Splatoon 2's Port Mackerel zones is kind of jokey, but jokey was fine in Splatoon 2. I have no idea what they were thinking when they made that zone map in Splatoon 1.
I think they were thinking of players running Ink Strike.
Potentially, because I feel like that's the only way you can actually count both zones on that map. Just why did you think about putting zones on the opposite ends of the map? I don't think my problem was even it having two zones. It was just having them on opposite corners.
You mean to tell me you don't want to run a marathon when you're trying to retake?
Look, I can run enough swing speed on a lightweight weapon, but no. I don't want to have to do that constantly. Especially when my weapon lacks the range to handle that from a distance.
Actually, I don't know that Lightweight was in Splatoon 1. I think that was a Splatoon 2 introduction.
It was a Splatoon 2 introduction, yes. Basically, Splatoon 1 was basically, is your weapon a heavyweight? Nope. All right, then you don't get the speed nerf. Go on, do whatever. Splatoon 1 had a lot of balanced things that were kind of questionable. But, all right, we're here now.
Right. I'll go over these weapons here. On the side of Leviathans, we have the 52 gal, we have the heavy edit Splatling, we have some Splat Dualies, and we have a Splatana Wiper. Meanwhile, on the side of Freedom, we have a Decapitator, Mint Decapitator, we have a Dreadringer, we have a heavy edit Splatling, and we have, I believe that's a custom range blaster?
That is a custom range blaster. Bear with us, folks, about the scoreboard. It doesn't matter right now, it's early. But looking at it now, it seems like the headed's up top. Both of them have coolers to counter each other, so kind of getting to the nitty-gritty now. Ooh, that poor bubble spacing there, though. Getting caught by the mask there.
Grab tank out. Getting contested by the Dread.
Other things. Good kill there by the edit. Unfortunately, going down itself to the gal. Stuck between it and its whales. As we have a fight going on in the mid here.
Picks.
And now this point's going the other way.
Leviathan's in control, trying to get into Freedom's base.
Freedom just got a cooler out though. Pushing back, they have to deal with the crab though. What is their answer?
That's a lead swap.
One of them just standing on the wall, and as I see, I'm not surprised. Most of the fights have been up on the map. It's definitely kind of been a war zone up there, an uninkable territory.
Leviathan's doing a great job of keeping those zones, though.
Then some. They gotta clean up. They've neutralized, but can they enforce the penalty? And they do.
Did get the zone swap, but they have to burn through their penalty before they can start earning points again. But with 3 down, that should be fairly easily done.
Interesting that the decaf here is just kind of like pushing up, being the macho person they said they are. Hey, I've got strength, might as well use it.
It's the Splatana brain.
Without a doubt. As someone who has the Splatana main on my team, I can definitely attest to that. Yeah. But they're getting that count down. What was a huge lead before is slowly winding down. They got it to 28, and it looks like they're going to take it back and have a penalty of their own. And now it seems like we're back to another stalemate in mid. There's going to be a fight.
Leviathan's back in control, burning through their penalty.
As they're pressuring up. Gal
52 manages to trade with a heavy edit.
Grab out again. Good pick with the grenade there.
Very nice.
They're pushing up once again. Couldn't take the fight against the edit, unfortunately. They're getting locked out, but this may be their last chance so here on Trip for Freedom. Blast now comes out. Got enough damage in to get the quick pick.
Oh, I was wrong. It's not a custom range blaster. It's just a custom blaster.
It is the custom blaster, yeah. So it's a splashdown, not a Kraken. Bubbles out.
Back in control, burning through their penalty. Now zone's neutral.
Swing the zones as the core is out. Looks like they're gonna make their push in. Interesting spot for a reflight, and unfortunately it didn't pay off. Bobbing and weaving under that cooler.
Mark manages to find a pick. 50 seconds left on the clock. 17 to 28 in favor of Leviathans.
Good double there by the edit, as they have free reign, hopefully to at least neutralize, maybe start taking the things down. Time's winding down though with only 30 seconds remaining.
Grab tank out on mast.
Tried to see if they could go for the long haul pick, and unfortunately didn't get it. They need a Hail Mary here as they're neutralizing at least one zone, and hopefully to take control of both. Reef slider at least scare them away.
Oh, that splashdown might do it.
That was a good distraction. The three of them went down. Control of blue right now, going into overtime.
We're in overtime, 17-28 in favor of the Leviathans. They just have to take back zone once.
It's about 15 seconds worth of points to get through.
And that's
unfortunately, it got taken away from them. Good push at the end there. A very competitive fight.
Lots of back and forth. You love to see it.
So we're all about with the balance here.
We even get a fist bump. Let's go.
Seemed like game one there. We'd be going to Red School of Leviathan Club. As we search the game two on Hagelfish. Another zones map that has kind of always been a war zone to me. I think this comes down to A, winning the fights of the war zone, but also to see who can keep an eye on the sides. There was definitely a little fun there going in from some sneaky attacks there, at least from the decaf, at least trying to sneak in every once in a while. The crab normally had answers as to the edit, so they were at least the clean up if things did get behind them. I'm interested to see how they're going to try to respond to that, to see if either team kind of noticed a pickup there. And I'm wondering how Freedom is going to try to adjust here. Do they feel like the answer was that they didn't have enough power, or were they just weren't elusive enough?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. The answer might just be more point sensors.
Even then, I think it can go deeper than that even. Might want to bring some non-lethal bombs, but at least some that will do some sort of damage. Auto bombs are there, you could have some bursts.
Consider 8-point sensors.
I think I'd rather run a marker first. That's just me. Even then, didn't even see a lot of torpedoes happening. That's also an option. With all the subs this game has. Here it is, folks. We've started. The pencil is out.
Finally, Splatoon 3. You want to cover the weapons real quick?
Not too much of a change, at least. At least from Leviathan, I don't see much of a change. There is, at least now, 2 slat leaves because there's a knot. And the wiper has at least been downgraded to a normal Splatana wiper. But at least to counter what looks like the decaf on the other team. Here we go here with Red School of Leviathan immediately having control again, already halfway through that penalty.
Freedom does manage to retake, gets a good pick on that wiper.
Interesting spot for splashdown.
There.
The good job on Leviathan having awareness there of the members there, King, for certain, because he definitely could have gotten picked off from that. They could have gotten picked off by that. But they were aware and definitely cleaned up a little bit, so they're back in control, working through that penalty. Both
Blaster
teams at least being
good picks from Freedom.
Indeed. And Leviathan being up. Freedom was there. They're being good at taking the sides, and both teams are at least adequately watching. So this is another back and forth situation as Leviathan takes control again.
Pencil getting a pick and throwing Cooler out. That's what it does.
Oh, it's a little bit less so since the nerf once again to special being now it's a 220 weapon. Although with Pencil, so it doesn't really hurt it that much.
Freedom doing a good job keeping control almost through their penalty.
And it's gone. Watch this, can they hold on? A bubble plus lopping over the edge there didn't go as well as planned. Twilight we're getting in the bubble itself. And the splashdown.
That's a wipeout.
Freedom once again being pushed back as Leviathan is working back up. Their penalty now almost gone. And that near 20-point lead might start getting even bigger here. What does Freedom have to answer?
If I had to guess, I would say a shark.
And there it goes. Fortunately caught in the edge there. I don't think that was exactly what they had planned out. But it did at least neutralize the zone, and they're pressuring up. Forcing another penalty. Stalling is nice, but they gotta work down
nice
something.
trade on the Nautilus. Penalty's
The
gone for Freedom.
And the trade there, fortunately, they lost their backline and their cooler weapon. This can potentially be a chance for Leviathan to push back in. As the hammer goes out, there's one! Shipping out? No, not quite there. Couldn't turn around.
Why? You're doing a great job holding that zone, even with increased pressure from Leviathan.
The recycle
You can see the lead flip. There it is. 27 to 26.
First lead for Freedom here. Things going a little bit better, although they're getting pressured down. The knot's in the range. And thank you for the decap for cleaning that up.
Penalty's almost gone for Leviathan. Yep.
A little something there. Not too much.
Freedom has to hold zone for a minute. Or at least keep putting penalties on Leviathan if they can't. But it looks like they're doing a good job so far.
Well, they have control again, working through their own penalty, and their 1-point lead might actually extend a little bit if they can keep the pressure up. Some torps helping there. Hammer's out. Yeets it on someone instantly.
It's a hammer attack. That was brutal.
That felt like it had intent behind it. Jump out there. They've got control.
13, 20 seconds left on the clock. Both teams in penalty.
This fighter goes out to neutralize. At this point, Off-Freedom can at least hope is at least stalling for time. They have control. And 3, 2, 1, and they can't take it away. Freedom ties it up.
1-1 set. Love to see it. Super close game.
Very nice comeback there. It definitely took a lot to fight for, but good job, Freedom. You got it through. You even up the set, and now hopefully you can keep the momentum going because Game 3 is on Ship Shape Shark Company, a very claustrophobic map on the bottom there. With the pencil though and the heavy edit, I imagine there's at least going to be enough going on at the top of the zone as well. Interesting here how we can potentially see this go. Normally I'm all for the going. Sorry.
Nah, go ahead.
No. I've spent enough. You see your piece.
I was going to give a quick bracket update.
Oh,
so far, no scores have been reported for round 2. It's zeros across the board.
Interesting. This at least still early on, so. Actually, I'm looking under my eye, and I've got a lot. Actually, yeah, we're the last set. Everyone else done. Everyone else is done.
Oh. Sendo, you want to refresh for me, please? Okay, there it is.
A lot of sweeps, but one that wasn't, including this one. So there's been two that haven't been. As we get to this pivotal game right here. This game could actually be the deciding factor between whether these teams see upper gold, lower gold, or even silver. As, oh, we have Leviathan striking early, going for the zone control again. Even then, putting an emphasis there for Reef Slider. Dwindling down numbers fast, making sure no one else can get cooler. They're panning up and then some.
Leviathan saw how close that last match was and got mad.
They didn't want to have to deal with that again. The training blows the Reef Sliders there, and no one hitting each other. But it at least got neutralized, and at least now Freedom's getting on the board. Might be half-hearted though, a little bit short notice. Good cleanup there as everyone was just kind of ready to paint over their zone again.
52 putting in some serious work. Reef Slider, to save yourself from a Reef Slider's a new one.
Hey, you do what you can to survive, right? Use those iframes to your advantage. And the numbers are dwindling here. Freedom didn't look like they even got another chance here.
Yeah. 10 points remaining for the Leviathans.
Last just after from the flash down to neutral. Unfortunately, you're a blaster, you can't paint.
And there's the Oko from the Wiper. 2-1.
The splash down to neutral was a good stall tactic. Unfortunately, you are a blaster. You're not exactly painting the zone on your own. So 2-1, Leviathan Club takes that there. The first two games were very nice, though. Nicely done, though. Ooh, the third, good cleanup, a little quick, but that'll actually end round 2 for us. So round 2 of groups should be in the books. Round 3 should be ready to go soon.
Yeah, again, 2 matches that were not sweeps. Out of 9. Which, in fairness, is better than last round, where 0 out of 9 matches were not sweeps.
As we're waiting here for our next set. All right, we're going for a top 3 seed matchup here on round 3. It's going to be the Phantom Squids and Astro Barrage. Things were at least a little more set there, I think, in the end. Hopefully things were a little more physical. We'll see how this goes. Gives us we wait a little bit. How are we feeling so far, though?
There have been some really solid matches.
That last set was actually very good. Might actually be making me a little excited again. I've definitely been like kind of out of the game for a bit, kind of on my own since PSL has kind of been hiatus. As much as I've barely touched the game, but
Yeah, I have definitely not been playing as much since PSL has entered hiatus. Obviously, I've been commentating, but I've also just been playing casually. That's fun.
I haven't really done too much besides probably just the little grinding I did to at least get me back to S plus again, so I didn't have to sit through everything else. Although I might need to do it again because it might be smart for me to at least try to apply myself. I think I might consider doing a bit of the next Sendu season when that comes up. So kind of throw myself in a little bit. Even if the rest of Soul isn't with me, I could probably at least do things of my own. Kind of make sure I don't get rusty.
Yeah, for sure. I have not made it to S plus before. My playstyle is not the most conducive to carrying a team that doesn't know how to play the game.
I'm definitely not a. I'm a team player first and foremost. I always say I'm as good as my teammates are, and I do feel some trees with that as someone who plays support. But I've had issues with the game's built-in matchmaking and its ladder. To be truthful,
Yeah. I feel that in my bones.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone said something about it. Truthfully, everyone has their own takes, I'm sure. I've got mine. I won't go on a rant here for a number of reasons. But it's just... Oh, man. Even the magic between now, I wish we were here.
I think there might be some technical difficulties.
I think so as well. Whoops, looks like we got started to the match ourselves. I didn't realize we were playing today.
Uh-oh. I forgot to charge my Procon.
Look, I wasn't opposed. If Soul would have been here, look, if I wasn't TOing today, I would have gotten Soul here, and I would have been like, all right, we're playing. And I would have definitely been fine doing that. But I was like, guys, I gotta assist TOing today. So I can't be here. Maybe the rest of Soul can be, though. Unfortunately, Soul did not have that plan work out for them.
Yeah, I just kind of let the members of Firefin do their own thing.
Hey, I mean, what? One of my teammates is here. One of them is here.
Yeah. One of my teammates is TOing.
I don't believe we're falling behind. I didn't even realize where our map list is. So clearly, we're seeing here game one on Humpback Pump Track, a very interesting zones map, and we have Crab Lake Capital and Macomar as the other two games. Interesting, but let's focus here on the Humpback Pump Track.
All right. On the side of the Phantom Squids, we have a Splatana Wiper. We've got a Pencil, because it is Splatoon 3. We have a Dreadringer, and we have a Slosher. Meanwhile, on the side of Astral Barrage, we also have a Dreadringer. We have a Silver Arrow Spray. We have a Custom Blaster or a Custom Range Blaster. One of these days I'll be able to tell the difference.
I believe that is just a custom blaster.
As well as a heavy edit splatling. Oh, yep, custom blaster.
Interesting. The one, I'm kind of seeing two sides of a coin here. One wants to be up close and personal, the other one kind of wants to just get pissed off from a distance. I'm kind of curious how this is going to go.
Seeing a lead flip for the Phantom Squids. Well, the zone gets retaken by Astral Barrage very quickly after.
And they're painting the town yellow, although that flash gun didn't come out of the blaster there.
I like that attempted Reef Slider to save. It's just a little bit mistimed.
The Reef Slider. The Reef Slider's having today. They definitely went out. They are out for blood. What a yeet! That got hit from behind the wall, even.
Yeah, that stamp was vindictive. Oh, that was an unfortunate Reef Slider.
Yeah.
I saw the vision. Phantom Squids are currently about 30 points away from just taking it home.
Are they stealing
Astral
hearts?
Barrage down to 76. Astral Barrage does manage to take it. Phantom Squid's quick to neutralize, though.
There's a cleanup here. Wondering where that was going. Trying to take over Hill there. The Wiper did at least get one of them, but unfortunately could not take out both. Still well in the hands of Phantom Squid, though. As his penalty's almost gone.
Oh, he's almost gone. They've got strikes at the ready.
They're going out. But not before two Reef Sliders.
That was the plan. Short-lived though it may have been, I loved it.
It did work in their favor, too, with the team.
Phantom with Astral Barrage setting up in mid.
Pencil out there throwing cooler. Is anyone going to take advantage of this? At least start pushing in. Clock is
gone
ticking.
for Astral Barrage. They're earning points. Reef Slider comes out trying to get in there.
Wanted to secure paint. There's the other Reef Slider.
Strikes coming out from the Phantom Squids, managing to neutralize zone. They take it back even.
Even from a distance. Kind of shocking. How long can they stall, though?
14 to 37, minute 27 on the clock.
That piercing sound. Good blaster shot.
Blaster fiending for a pick. I know that movement. I've been there with Junior.
Yeah, one's over the edge. I can definitely see that.
Penalty's gone on Astral Barrage. Phantom Squid's in there, though, trying to cap that zone. We could see a lead flip. There it is.
Strikes are over loose.
Astral Barrage just has to hold for 5 more counts. They manage it.
Oh, holds on. Even despite someone getting their toe stubbed during that tri-strike.
Very well played.
Good back and forth, but the first point here going to Astral Barrage. Very interesting first game there. And now for something that's even more interesting, and that could very well work in the Blast's favor, the Crab Lake Capital.
Crab Lake is a fun map.
I like it a lot. It's probably one of my more favorite maps in this game, considering. Although this is the map where I was kind of just like decidedly. I guess I'm learning how to backline in this game now. Here I know. Here is set game 2 at Crab Lake Capital. Let's see any changes. I see a squeezer.
Squeezer mentioned.
Yes. The long range of the squeezer plus the Zuka coming out here from the Phantom Squids. He's not one to advantage and they get first blood. As the door reflectors are still here.
All right, Astral Barrage taking the early lead.
Good jump out there just for a reset. That's a bad spot to be in. You do not want to be in the corner, including the reslider. Gets out of it at least.
Hammer throw doesn't quite get anyone. Blaster attacking through those grates.
Unfortunately, the cone of the...
Ooh, manages a nice trade with the Dreadringer.
I'm surprised they got that. They couldn't get it with the straight line of the Dreadringer's range. But they managed it. Dodging the reslider here.
Penalty after getting down to 30 remaining.
Immediately used his
Sizable
special.
lead.
Might have been a bit ill-timed. Couldn't do enough to actually get the zone and cut to the penalty themselves. And there it goes. Loki, they're just looking for any kind of picks. Anything to help the team out. Although, it looks like at least someone's gotten in. And it looks like they're being pressured out from the top.
Oh. Phantom Squids taking control.
Hits her back, unfortunately got caught in the uninkable.
30 to 40. This game is not decided yet. Who's getting a nice pick on that blaster?
Russo is again throwing up the wall.
There
Oh,
comes
the wall.
once again.
I see that play. Another wall out there would have been perfect there. We're kind of just using the hold the fire motion, not really seeing much of its range right now, but they could probably pick out something.
Ooh, blaster almost gets the squeezer.
Shuka's looking for a shot, only seeing 2 of them get fired off.
Penalty's gone on the Phantom Squids.
Looking like a lead swap.
There's the other lead flip. 20 points remaining for the Phantom Squids. 30 remaining for Astral Barrage.
Unfortunately, we just couldn't get any teammates down there for ready. Throwing that cooler out, was hoping for someone to show up so they could pressure in.
Oh, wait!
Maybe a saving grace!
It's not over yet!
At the 11th hour!
30 remaining for Astral Barrage, 1 remaining for the Phantom Squids. Astral Barrage has to KO to take this.
Technically lower, considering the penalties and all. But can they start cutting through? Here comes the reef.
Phantom Squids back in control. They just have to hold for another minute 13.
What an interesting time for this meta to be where Reslider is the zone's play. I mean, you have a couple, but I'm just like seeing so many in this one set. Well, for the cleanup,
doing everything they can to keep Phantom Squids in penalty.
It's the seeing that cleaned them up. They're down 3. Trying to pressure in. Stuck in the corner. Oh, wow.
Takes the pick on that jump out. Penalty's gone!
And a trade there despite everything, killing before the splashdown. The splashdown still went
Cooler
off.
goes out. 10, 9, 8. Oh, they stop it at 8.
And the Squids have to fight for something, and they did get something. The Squids have got 2, including the edit there.
Ooh,
10 seconds left.
One penalty to hold for in overtime.
If they can even get there, there's enough fight going on in the zone.
Oh, there's a jump out. 20 penalty points remaining. Pencil trying to paint that zone from a distance. Reef Slider.
They got it after. The edit also paints the last of it by going down. Ooh.
That was a nerve-wracking overtime. 99 to 92.
But that evens it up. 1-1. I got a little dicey there. Did you see that Reef Slider pick right before overtime started? That distant chip damage kill. Like, goodness.
That's the power of the shark right there.
Can we see the kit? Do we know how much special power they were running for that to extend the range, if any? Or is that just naturally Reef Slider's chip range now? I know they buffed it once or twice.
That's one of those matches that you love to watch and you hate to play. At least in the moment.
Indeed.
Because that's just so much pressure.
And now we get to something I find very fun as either a Zap or a Junior. Zones on Mako, Mark.
Ah, the battlefield of Splatoon 3 Splat Zones. Pat's wondering if we hate Reef Slider. I don't. It's the funny shark.
I think it's all right. As someone who definitely played Aerospray as his own weapon 4 times, we don't hate it.
18 total Reef Sliders in that crab leg game.
I mean, there were 3 kits in the Reef Slider. So on average, that's 6 per. It's a lot of Reef Sliders. Everyone seems like they're staying pat what we had last game. I don't see any changes. Right to the battle, almost a pick off there from the Squeezer, but getting picked off themselves.
Phantom Squid's taken early possession, but Astral Barrage is able to recap. There's the first Reef Slider of many.
Just managed to get around the corner.
Reef Slider of many.
Oh my god, the bloodshed that just happened there. Hammer's out. Looking for something here. That's 2.
Ooh, almost manages the triple.
And the trade happening in the corner there. Kind of just leaving the dread here to clean up.
Phantom Squid's in the lead.
And it seems like they're pressuring a little bit more. They're on their boxes. Here comes the Reef. The Fizzy getting a kill. Oh my gosh. Good clean up there. Answering back quickly. Astral Barrage looking to hopefully tie this up or take a lead swap even. Open the gap. Here comes the hammer.
There's the lead swap for Astral Barrage.
Looking for something. Nothing there, unfortunately, for Toki. But they do at least take control of the zone. Although, watchful eyes here from the edit, unfortunately couldn't pick off anything. cooler there, just kind of helping with the mobility to dodge those shots.
FinSquid's out of penalty, quickly burning down their points.
It is
We
very
could
control of
see
yellow.
another
right
lead
now.
flip. There it is.
They're very control of yellow right now. That's what Ross has to find something here. Reddy was trying to push in for a bit.
Oh, they're 3 down.
Cooler goes out. They need something. Find an opening for your backline here. Unfortunately, gets picked off.
Oh, Rear
And the
Slider
race
might.
li-
Oh, Rear Slider adds some time.
It did get a penalty in. 62 and counting down. Yellow, though, still holding control. Even getting some paint up into their side. Oh, an unfortunate reslider caught again.
Again, I saw the vision.
I did as well.
That might have cost them, though. Penalty is gone.
Sometimes
From
the
the Phantom
split surge can
Squids.
help you out. I know it delays the launch, but hey, sometimes you just need to adjust a little more.
There you have it. FinSquids 2, Astral Barrage 1.
Top seed, I think, keeping their their undefeated set score at the very least. It seems like round 3 is now done as well. I mean, we've got one more to go before the bracket starts getting set. Bear with us, folks, as we wait for round 4 to start, the last round of groups.
Looking like so far, 4 of the 9 sets of round 3 were not sweeps.
Things are getting a little bit more balanced since it is Swiss. So they're picking opponents that are seemingly closer and what's their name? I'm looking. I'm curious about at least one of these teams right now.
Currently, we're just waiting on the results of Spectacular Dolphins versus Octopella.
Oh, you're right. We're not done. That's at 2-0 currently. Oh, I wish I could see that. That's chaos between two PSL teams. I was waiting on that.
Do we have the maps for round 4 rolled yet?
I'm going to check.
Looks like Spectacular Dolphins versus Octopella just wrapped up. Maybe. It is reported a 3-0.
3-0. Oh. I'm looking. I don't see a map list just yet. The round 4 is free to start at any time. Sorry, looking through official things. Got something we need to settle right quick. Bit of a dispute. Considering results. Getting that fixed though, because we're also waiting for round 4 to start. Oh, I hope we've been having fun today. I've definitely been having fun commenting. I'm not usually one on the comms too often.
Yeah, it's been fun. Definitely helps that we've gotten some very good matches casted here.
Indeed, definitely had some fun moments. All the reef sliding was definitely fun. The back and forth of the last set was fun. Even if the first round was a 3-0, there were some good moments there too. Thanks, Par. I don't usually comp too often, but at least as to your work, me being here for it, I'm willing to fill in where I can. It's also good practice for me. The more I get to do it, I feel like the better I'll get at it. So,
Yep, that's how it goes.
it is also really scratching that itch. I think I should be due to go back. I mean, even if I'm playing so many other games right now. Especially since I'm
Yeah.
playing another game that is also very top-coded in Marvel Rivals, then I probably shouldn't be doing that. But
I'm concerned about my computer catching on fire if I try and run Marvel.
which is why I'm playing it on console.
Yeah, the most modern console I have is a Switch.
Fair. Didn't actually. I know the Switch was going to be one of the ones I needed because, of course, Splatoon. And even despite everything with the Switch 2, I'm planning to get one of those eventually. It won't be right away because pricing is too much. And, like, I don't think you're selling me on only having Mario Kart as your premier title right now, but. People are having fun. Now, if Splatoon 4 gets announced sometime within next year, I'll probably be there immediately. But that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I intend on waiting till around October to get one. By then, stock issues should be sorted out, and also I want to try and get it from one of the official Nintendo stores.
Well, I didn't really hear about stock being an issue too much. Like, people were pre-ordering it. I heard a lot of units got sold these first couple of days, but even then, it sounds like if you know where to look, people have them in abundance. So it sounds like stocking wasn't the issue this time. minus like the one store that I heard got a shipment stolen, and the other one that I heard about that was stapling receipts and then having your Switch screen be broken. So. Sale during the holidays, I'll definitely get it. Probably getting there, but
Yeah, I was in Best Buy earlier today, and they had empty Switch 2 boxes on like display. But when I asked the employee about them, they were like, "We haven't gotten them in yet."
huh? Interesting.
Looks like round 4 is live.
Okay, things are settled. We're gonna wait on what we're gonna pick for our match here at the last round of groups. But it seems like we got some interesting sets going on here.
Downshift versus 5 looks like.
Fair enough. Go for them. Interesting set concerning here. These are two teams currently released in silver. I think one of them winning out could potentially push them to gold. We'll have to see.
I mean, the only other thing I would probably play on a Switch 2 that I can't play on my Switch 1 would be Scarlet Violet at a playable frame rate.
Yeah, I hear a bunch of games got updates that kind of fixed their performance issues. The Pokemon being the biggest benefactor, I'm pretty sure.
Absolutely. It's almost an entirely different game.
Hey, that'd be a reason for me to go back because I definitely stopped playing both Gen 8 and Gen 9. I know I was more interested in at least finishing Gen 9. So.
I think it's interesting because, like, maybe some of the textures got improved, but it really goes to show how much the frame rate matters when it comes to the visual presentation of a game.
The stability is very important in video gaming. I know people are going to argue the 30 versus 60 debate, and I'm personally on the mindset of 30 is fine for most things. You don't really need 60 unless it's a game that really relies on reaction time. So something like this, I would say this is definitely a game that benefits on 60. Does it need to be 60? Maybe not guaranteed. If it's a stable 30, I think this game would still be playable, but I think 60 goes a long way in helping this game a lot. So
yeah, I would struggle to find as much enjoyment out of Splatoon 3 if it ran at 30.
I would have to agree because I always say 60 is most needed for something that has reaction time implied to it. So I always say 3 genres. I say shooters, I say racing games, and I say fighting games. Anything else can kind of probably be okay with 30, and even some racers can get away with 30, truthfully. But I think racers prefer 60. Stumbling on my words there. Ugh.
Yeah, I think Pokemon at 30 can and historically has worked, But the problem was Scarlet and Violet didn't even hit that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Let's see chat.
Downshift versus 5.
All right. Now let's go over the maps here real quick, because I see people putting in their opinions on 30 versus 60 and frame rate debate here. We've already discussed that. It's just something I wanted to leave out, as always. Okay, so we're starting on Mitsubishi Weather Works, which is a very interesting zone map, especially after the redesign. Undertow Spillway, which we haven't seen yet today, and Sturgeon, which we also haven't seen yet today. The Splatoon 2 special Everyman map that everyone definitely doesn't like as much in this game. But
Sturgeon mentioned, let's go. Sorry, what?
Huh? What? Did someone say Sturgeon?
Yeah, Mincemeat having a lot of different elevations one can fight at, and a lot of different like crevices where enemies can hide and then surprise you, should lead to a very interesting match.
Before was also very open. Thankfully now we at least have the barrier, so you have a bit of cover, and you at least hope things don't go too badly. As someone is turning up the lights here, but is Spider-Man turning out the dark again?
Alright, it's looking like on the side of Downshift, we have a heavy-headed Splatling, we have a Splash-O-Matic, we have that Mint Decavitator, and we have a Luna Blaster Neo. Meanwhile, on the side of 5, we have... Is that a 52 Deco? No, that's just 52, I think.
No, that is a 52
No, that
Deco.
is a Deco.
Yeah.
Interesting. Then we have 52 Deco, a Slusher, a Splash-O-Matic, and a Jet Squelcher.
A B-Jet mention. What a raid! What a backline pick for a map like this.
5 almost managed to take the lead, but Downshift's back in control.
That itself is a very good pinning special if you can actually feed it and don't overload it. VJ I like as a backliner versus Barry on a map like this, which I think is why it was picked. Could have probably definitely stopped the crowd there a little bit.
Zach was able to contest zone, but not quite able to cap it.
Didn't get enough there. It missed a lot of the crab there. If it had more of that, it probably would have gotten away with it. Probably even got more.
Luna Blaster almost able to take out that 52.
And the screen! Here we go!
Screen mention!
Coming out from the 52 Deco. Actually seeing it.
It's kind of incredible to watch someone play a screen weapon and not just yeet it off the map.
Yeah. To be fair, it'll be kind of hard pressed to do it on a map like this, considering the only pits are on the back end, on the sides. So.
5 back in control, though.
Looking on the 38 currently.
Grab tank.
We have 5 here
from Downshift.
5 here cutting through. Although they're getting answered back on. Ooh, what a painting area there. As the sharks come out. Someone just chilling in the corner there and gets a pick. What a trade.
5 back in control, almost through their penalty, 53 to 38.
Looking for something here. 5 looking for something to at least extend that lead and start eating that penalty a little bit. Chicken trying to fight for that not to happen.
The crab tank. 5 back in control, but they're back in penalty now. Downshift was able to take zone. Downshift in control. Crab Tank is out on the side of 5, though. Complete with a
getting
back.
pushed out. Yep. That should be enough to cap. Oh, good cleanup there. Had a chance to paint the wall. Takes another out. The gal is cleaning up right now. And the lead swap is imminent.
There it is. Fizzy's coming out from the Lunaria. They've got a stamp ready to charge in there and retake that zone.
Surprised if you didn't get set up the
38
great.
to 24. Minute left on the clock.
We've got pressure on their side now. Can they hold it though with a 14-point deficit? The penalty's almost gone though.
Oh, but 5 is right there to cap. Too quick on the crab punish.
Running for their lives here.
Bubble out. Downshift back in possession in the last 10 seconds. They got a hold for a while, though. The penalty's almost... Oh! 5 manages to retake right at the end.
And they save it. Game 1 goes to 5. Very nicely done there. I'm looking at it like, good play by the 52 there. That was a strong 52 deco. I don't see a lot of those. I've always had this belief in comp. It's people don't fear what they know, it's that they fear what they don't. Give something enough credence, and I feel like that could go far enough to actually be a danger.
Absolutely. Though, honestly, fighting the main weapon on a 52 deco is not that different from fighting the main on a regular 52.
As much as that is
You gotta
true.
watch for a lot of. You just gotta watch for a lot more mobility and also ableism. I mean, screen.
I'm sorry. Did someone mention gal privilege? Did I hear gal privilege mentioned? It is still a gal at the end of the day.
Right, moving into Undertow here.
Just working through it.
Same comp from 5, but Downshift has changed things up a bit, swapping their swapping one of their weapons for the Sploosh-O-Matic. Sploosh mentioned.
Nothing was one of the day. It's quick on its feet. It's a 3-shot. If it can get in, you're gonna be dealing with it. Although if you keep it at bay, normally it's also potentially another danger with another hammer there.
The zones are being contested. There's a screen out.
Another dual zone map here. Undertow definitely very awkward dual zone map to deal with. A little less so since they've added the extra routes, but still a little something.
You don't want to get caught in the locker room showers. Trust me. Lead flip in favor of Downshift.
I could have made a joke there, but I'm pretty sure we're keeping this PG-13. Can't have us getting knocked off the screen for that.
Yeah, let's not. Ooh, Decapitator tried to go in, but got found by the 52. That looks like a Crab Tank shot. Crab Tank out from 5 as well. 87 to 57 in favor of Downshift.
It was a good cleanup, but even through all of that, 5 still kept control of both zones. And even then, still keep under pressure. The lead just keeps growing here. Almost to a 40 spot. Finally stops the bleeding though.
There's the flip and the penalty. Penalty's gone on 5 though. Downshift managing to take control back real quick. 49 to 82.
They're still doing it. It's still going.
Crab tank out from 5. Ooh, we saw some strikes out too. Penalty is gone on downshift.
That lead is building again. 40 and counting. Oh, the hammer just barely missed shipping out.
Will downshift finally be able to defeat the ableism?
They stopped bleeding yet again. Penalty was almost... the lead is almost up to 60 now, but that penalty is almost gone. So maybe they can start cutting into this a little bit. They need to hold down the fort on the side. They have a jet. Hopefully they put that range to that advantage and start getting picks that way. As the bat comes out, unfortunately gets hammered.
Ooh, Ultra Stamp goes out. Gets found. 2 down on the side of downshift. They managed to recap the zone though. Now they're back in control.
Crab comes
tank out.
Crab back combo. Gotta dodge the suction. The bot's bubbling here. Whatever ground the decaf has, still holding on to it as the penalty winds down yet again.
28 to 56. A minute and a half remaining.
Penalty almost gone for 5. And that lead starts building yet again.
Downshift. Crab v Crab.
Crabs and Dawn happening in the middle.
Five back in control, burning through their penalty. 22 to 56 remaining. Minute on the clock.
Tennessee was at 10. They need to hope they can push through it. They're trying to fight for both zones. Kind of a stalemate right now.
Oh, the Splish has a stamp. They got found though.
The hammer denied. As we're going to clean up here from the galleon again.
Penalty's gone on 5, and they're burning through the remaining points real fast.
They clean up there from the sword.
But...
Sword plus hammer. I can sense a dangerous duo happening here. One picked off. 20 seconds
Green
left.
is out in mid.
20 seconds
5
remaining.
back in control. They need to burn through their penalty. 48 to 22 remaining.
Overtime about to kick in here if 5 doesn't do something.
Crab Tank tried to put in some work. There's another crab though.
That's
it. The
we're
wipeout
even
sealed
again.
it for downshift.
Downshift evens it up. And game 3 could make or break the set. Gold bracket could possibly be on the line here.
It was the sploosh difference. You're right, chat.
I can't believe it. I can't find a sploosh. What am I gonna do with myself? One more game to go in this set. And this will end group play for these two teams. Sergeant Shipyard, the Splatoon 2 Zone Special. The Everyman map, as I called it. Not so much nowadays, but... back then it was known for being a pretty freeing map that anyone could just go and take. I'm curious to see if any changes happen here. It's not like these cops don't work on this map, but I'm wondering if we're going to see a change from the jet, possibly? The vac hasn't been too useful, all things considered. Especially since the crabs have an answer for each other. Would possibly consider another backline, but I don't know if they have anything else in their kit.
We'll find out. We could see the return of the Reef Slider.
Oh yes, that's what the sec has been lacking, a resliding.
I just got so used to them. It just doesn't feel right without one.
Honestly, a recommendation I could possibly see working here? If they had it in their kit, I wouldn't mind seeing an Explo. I think something could come out of that here.
Anyone else hear an Italian just wake up? No, that's just be me. Anyway, let's see this match.
Well, I see one change up. I see a wiper got upgraded.
Wiper is now Stamper. No other changes.
A little bit heavy duty here.
Ooh, right off the bat, 2 down on downshift. 5 taking an early lead, trying to pick the jumper.
Get through it here.
Crab Tank in a very bold position, trying to get some picks. Stamp comes out.
Didn't get punished for it, but I don't think it made as much of a clearing as I thought it was going to. Here comes the
we have Zipcaster out. Zipcaster mentioned.
Nearly dodges the vac shot. The saving grace, the vac has no chip damage range. It's all or nothing with it, so if you're not in kill range, you're not taking any damage.
Ooh, we see 2 picks. Oh, there is a change. That's a V52, not a 52 deco.
Oh, okay, so they wanted whale. I guess we're getting more traditional now.
65 to 60 right off the bat.
Broke through the penalty. Hello.
Crab Tank out here trying to cause problems. I don't think it's that they wanted the whale and more that they wanted the wall. That's a lead flip in favor of downshift.
Backs out.
Caster again going straight for the vac.
Unfortunately, he got picked off by his teammate. So that would have been an amazing play.
Love the ambition.
It was also the right move. Stamper, of course, one of the 2 classes that can just completely negate that. The other being Roller, but...
Oh, looks like 52 is in their face of downshift. 5 is through their penalty and almost taking back lead, but downshift said no.
Keeping it going here. The lead's only 4, but that penalty's about to be gone any second now. As there's a fight going on the blue side here. What a war zone, trying to keep the pressure up. The penalty's gone. Zone is just basically sitting unguarded.
Alright, last ditch effort should now be in effect.
Let's shift back as they try to push in with this back here. Do they get anything out of this though? The zone is neutralized. Almost.
5 back in control.
As you watch carefully, a burst thrown point blank at the face.
43 to 14. There's a pick on the splash.
Zipcaster trying to make some noise here. Downshift takes control
Guess you're
back.
succeeding. Ooh, raid between the Sploosh and the 52.
Took their chances of maybe trying to neutralize the zone here. They gotta work through it quick. The score is only 14 after penalty, and that penalty is going away pretty quickly.
He strikes out, trying to paint over that zone.
No neutral.
Penalty's gone. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Stops it at 3.
Trying to save it.
Minute left. There's a 45 penalty.
This is the clean up. So he puts them away. A little bit of solace. But can they keep the pressure up as their own penalty is about to be gone?
40 points remaining for 5.
As the time is also ticking down, the last 30 seconds approaching. Make or break here as the crab is actually starting to neutralize the hammer too.
Ooh, Hammer almost gets the pick on the jet. Sploosh manages to clean up. That zone is very thoroughly neutral, though.
It's gotta be blue. Cooking in the last couple of seconds. Do they have enough to clean this up? Seems like they have full
And 9,
control.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. They take it.
Crab trying
goes
to
to
neutralize. Crab, they're trying to stall. Unfortunately, not enough. And this set goes in favor of 5-2-1. Very clean, very close, even to the end.
Both teams in the single digits point remaining.
Very nicely done there. As we finish that out, that'll be the end of round 4. And that should be the end of our set. Group stage should be over and under.
Doing a double check here. It looks like everyone else is wrapped up. So let's see the gold bracket.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It did in fact help 5 out in the end, but not enough. They are the top seed of silver. Looking at it, we have our top seed. Looks like our senior was correct, and the Phantom Squids are our top seed overall. The only 4-0 bracket. But bear with us for a bit while we go set up for actual bracket. We'll be doing gold on this side. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing silver, but you all go stretch a little bit. We'll be on intermission. You can go stretch, take a break, get some water. We'll be here when we get back.
Yep. I am now standing.
Nice.
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah, as well.
Where can the people watch Silver Bracket if they can?
I don't believe we have a stream going for Silver Bracket, although I'm seeing enough people streaming their own things through Sendu. So maybe keeping an eye on them, although that might be a little difficult. I know for us, we're doing golds, and we were only stream one today, so. Now bear in mind with us, folks. We should be ready to start Gold Bracket in just a few short moments. We're getting everything set up. I'm looking through Silver as well. And it looks like the brackets have been set up to go. Well, I just need to announce the teams that the brackets are set to go.
I'm getting confirmation just Gold Bracket will be streamed.
Okay, so we got an interesting thing here. Our first round for winners for Gold Bracket here. Winners, best of 3. The rest of it, best of 5. Losers is best of 3 all the way through until losers finals, which is best of 5. It is double the limit, Lee, so you'll have 2 chances to get through.
That certainly sounds like PSL standard.
A little different. Best of 5 cutting it a little early, but I guess best of 3 would basically be our wild card in the rest of the way through. Yeah, that does sound like a normal PSL playoff bracket.
Looks like we'll be watching Kensaroos versus the Sirens of Funk.
That would be correct. The Kangaroos was the team I was curious about most, so getting to see them in action is going to be very interesting for me. Okay, so I'm looking at the map list here. For the first round of winners in gold here, we have Mincemeat again. ship shape for game 2, and if we need it, game 3 will be on Sturgeon. So we're going right back to game 3 on Sturgeon. Imagine that.
Yeah. I mean, that just makes me want to see game 3 because I like Sturgeon.
It's an interesting map. I don't think I like it as much as I used to.
All right, back to mincemeat.
I still think it's an okay map. I think people got tired of it. I'm definitely like tired of Tower, this map. As we're waiting here. Should be a very interesting set.
Let's see it.
I don't know what to expect here.
Oh,
Wait
looks
a
like Sirens of
minute.
Funk. Looks like Sirens of Funk are Alpha Team.
I spy an S-Blast. We haven't seen one of those.
That we haven't. We also haven't seen an ink brush.
First for that as well. Kinzaru's here takes lead early on. A lot of back and forth. I'm wondering to see when the first actual casualty is, because they're being pretty secure. But there goes the pick finally.
Oh, we got a pick on what looks to be the Octo Shot from the Red Ringer.
Good shot
Lead
there.
position of the Sirens of Funk. Boom coming out.
The disco ball is out, and it gets thrown. No picks, unfortunately. Here comes the strikes as the counter. Somebody get some control. And a wave breaker. A vanilla range blaster too. Wow. Not my pick for a zones weapon, but hey, and waves can be dangerous in the right hands.
Looks like Range Blaster was really trying to contest that crab.
It did get a pick.
3 down on the Sirens of Funk. Kinsaru's building up their lead.
With this movement in from the cooler as well, they're definitely going to start trying to be cutthroat. Maybe clothesline them out for the rest of this tally. Can they get out though? There's a race slider.
Rear slider though. Rear slider gets a pick. There's 2 down
even.
on the set of Kinsaru's. Ooh, but the chip from Reef.
That's 70 damage. Goodness
Sirens of
gracious.
Funk did manage to get a penalty on Kinsaru's. Three minutes to go, 20-59. Kinsaru's getting control of the zone back, though it is pretty heavily contested.
Good. Working their way through it.
Penalties almost gone on the Sirens of Funk. Leo bombs coming out. Kansaru's back in control. Riddringer out here living. Not for too long, though. Trading with the S-Blast.
Winning it out here as the penalty gets worked through. Already through that lead before that lead becomes even greater. But they've got good control right now, and I don't think they can fight. Blaster on the grate.
Reef Slider comes
Reef.
out.
Surprisingly,
Oh,
didn't get
but not
punished for it
enough
immediately.
this time. 10 points remaining for the Kensaroos.
I think that'll be their game. They take game one.
That was a good effort from the Sirens, though.
Well done. As we're just waiting out here. Ah, that's my familiar face. Let's find our advisor. Hi, Arbiter. How you doing?
Arbiter, you missed the best game of Zone's Crab Leg I've ever seen.
It was very back and forth. No one can know. Wow, okay.
I can't believe Arbiter doesn't want to associate with nerds. Too cool for PSL, SMH.
I mean, he is in the higher echelon, so I can't be too surprised.
Zone's shipshape.
We're back here again. Second time seeing it today. Nerds are too cool for PSL. Oh, okay, Arbiter. I play Warhammer. I can't talk. Game 2 getting underway here. How do they answer? Does Kensaroos keep cutting out? They've seen pretty strong all throughout this. Not infallible, but pretty strong.
Ooh, that's a lot of special power on the Dreadringer from Kensaroos.
I think they're really hoping on this. Considering the zone here is pretty clear, it's just a little bumper. That could be enough to paint the zone fully in the right spot.
Oh,
the Twilight trade!
Oh! We're so back.
Apparently they've been missed. I think they've become the tournament favorite, just having the race slider around. What do you expect in the Zones R League tournament? Blaster getting into the cleanup there. Although I think they might have gotten away with the cooler there.
It comes out, painting the rest of that zone and keeping Kensaroos out of there. Sirens of Funk through whatever penalty they had.
The Dread just having yummy straight line, picking off two, using the race liner itself, dodging them whales, only the trade.
85 to 65, penalties on both sides.
That race liner also gets picked off.
Killer comes out from the heavy-headed Splatling. Sirens of Funk are looking to get some picks. Oh, they're dead even, 2 down on both sides.
Putting up, getting to that penalty.
Monster putting in some serious work, getting another Booyah Bomb ready to go.
The effective squid roll. The wave's out. Tries to go for it and deter it, and immediately gets picked off. I don't think that was the right move.
Kensaroos back in control, 53 to 62.
Just hanging at the top here, looking to see if they can clean. Someone's trying to snipe. Ring Slider hoping to just pick off
Ooh.
anything.
I saw the vision there too. Just unfortunate placement.
Trying to extend this lead.
Kansaroos through their penalty, burning down that lead fast. 30 points remaining.
Picked off a couple. Oh, getting them in the back.
Ooh, the double!
I'm actually surprised no one got drive by.
there.
I'm actually surprised no one got run over there. It seemed like it was going to happen to at least one of them, but... Coming up here.
Roof Slider go out, trying to cap that zone.
The neutralize there.
48 to 27, minute 50 left on the clock.
And the Ruse with a strong 21-point lead. Although they're getting answered on right now. This is that point for them that they can grab it, but they're just not going away over here on the other end.
Ooh, Brush putting in the work, dodging that Reef Slider. The Brush is allowed to play the video game. $27 to 48. Penalties on both sides.
They're fighting for it. One minute remaining. Cleanup coming up. Kangaroo still with the set lead. They can just hold up this last minute. They'll get it, but they're getting pushed back on.
Blaster putting in some work.
Cleaned up something. Really gets picked off, but they'll be back soon with cooler. Stops the Reef Slider.
Reef Slider cancel.
Oh my goodness. That's something tried to pick off. Almost got away with killing the pencil. And the
Well,
team's
put the
winding
necessary
down.
shit for the Brush to get a kill there. Penalty's gone on the Sirens of Funk.
They need to hold in to hope they take this lead.
Oh,
13.
the second Reef Slider cancel.
They got a stall here. That's what the booyah's for.
There's the lead flip.
That's
10
seconds to
seconds left in
go.
the match.
That lead is going down. Hoping to fight for here.
Ooh, but
Could not take it
Kansaroos could
neutralized.
not take it back.
So it is now. It's even up. 1-1. We're going to game 3. We are, in fact, going back to Sturgeon.
Sturgeon mentioned, let's go. Frame perfect. You hate to see it. Or better in chat on Switch 2 that would have painted.
Ugh. Enough of that here. Not allowed. I do hope that gets patched out. It seems like they might be working towards that. At least the next major patch will just that, and I think this will at least maybe push the Nintendo Garage to answer that a little faster.
Don't worry, it'll get fixed in the next patch.
But back to Sturgeon. It's been a good fight. I don't think they need to change anything too much because these have been pretty even. Really, I think it's just
Definitely.
about whose determination and wit comes out more. The smarter player will get this for you. These are about pretty strong and pretty even comps. They're counting each other with cooler, so no one's really at a huge disadvantage. They both have a blaster handy. Oh, that's a change. I see an octo shot coming out.
First possession goes to Kensaru's.
Really.
Dueling Reef Sliders.
They've got control pretty handily here. Someone's gonna fight back. I think. I know they're regrouping, but that number is ticking. It's already down to 60 and counting. As a pickoff happens there from a bomb. Whales coming out. Kenzaru seems fully prepared and cozy right now.
Yeah, the Kensaru's are mad. They should have won that last game. And they are not letting the Sirens of Funk in. But with 2 down, the Sirens of Funk are making a push.
Using the reef slider to clean up.
Ooh. Stopped at 19.
Hefty 62 penalty there. They can fight through it, I'm sure, with enough effort. And they're trying to clean up something, picking off the brush that was trying to fling from behind. We're coming out.
Bomb comes out. Bomb trying to punish it.
Oh, the Funk got to think of something to get through here. They've been pretty much just locked out this entire game.
2 down. 3 specials on the side of the Kensaru's.
I think they're set. They're just gonna hold this through because of the 19 count. The
Penalty's gone, but they lost control.
They just repaint over.
Goes back.
They don't have enough pushing. Unfortunately, they just couldn't get a push going here.
3, 2, 1. That's game.
And that game
Kensaru's take it.
That game 3 looked easy for Kensaru's. And I'm really interested in this team. 2-1, they'll be advancing the winter semis, where we'll be pushing forward on, and the games will become best of 5.
All right, currently we're waiting on the results of Red School of Leviathans and H-Town Rebels, as well as Astral Barrage versus Freedom.
We're waiting on the winner of that, because that'll be our next set when we get on stream here.
Checking back in with the silver bracket, we have Spectacular Dolphins have been eliminated. Geek Inc. has been eliminated.
No, they're on losers. They've lost out, but
Oh, they're on losers.
they'll still have a chance. Although, Dolphins and Geek Inc. have to fight each other, so that'll be an interesting set considering how that went PSL in the past.
Dolphins and Geek Inc. are fighting right now. Octopella will be fighting whoever loses between
Looks like whoever's losing between
Deep Sea International or Downshift.
Yes.
The current matches going on are 5 versus Slant, DSI versus Downshift,
the set we were waiting on just went final. Red School Leviathan Club takes it 2-1 over the H-Town Rebels. So it'll once again be the Phantom Thieves and Reps, the Phantom Thieves and Red School Leviathan Club. ironic considering these two just met in the last round of groups, and now they're back and meeting in bracket.
We'll see if the Leviathans have developed a strategy to try and counter the Phantom Squids.
Very strong showing. Now, we're advancing a little bit, and we'll be here a little longer because it's 1st to 3 now instead of 1st to 2. What we got here is Hagofish Market for Game 1, Game 2 on Mako Mart, Game 3 on the first time appearance so far for us in the Inkblot Art Academy. Game 4, if necessary, will be in Brine Water Springs, and Game 5 with another first time we haven't seen so far in Umami Ruins.
Alright, and it looks like Astral Barrage lost 2-1 to Freedom. So Kensaru's will be going after Freedom. And in Losers Bracket, Address the Gators will be going up against H-Town Rebels. And the Sirens of Funk will be going up against Astral Barrage.
As we continue on here. Okay.
And meanwhile, on the silver side, there has been some bracket movement. Currently, silver winners semis is 5 versus Metamorphosis.
Interesting. So Downshift was the one that took the L to DC International there, so they'll be facing Octopella.
Alright, it's time for the Phantom Squids to face off against the Red School of Leviathans Club. Or the Red Skull Leviathans Club.
This should be interesting now. They'll have a little bit more time to play with, so even if the first game doesn't go the best, they'll have more time to adjust, maybe get used to things.
Let's see what kinds of strategies they will employ to face off against this team they've already fought.
Dude. Sacrifice again is this. I feel like it's a game of watching the sides. Whoever is more prepared is probably going to win out here, regardless of what they do for comps. But
Apparently we saw them in different matchups. Or in different sets.
we did see these two in different sets, but they did meet in group round 4. So they literally just met like 2 rounds ago. But this is now them fighting each other on stream, so we can actually see this one because we weren't watching this.
Right off the bat, Red Skull Leviathans Club gets the early cap, but Phantom Squid's right there to pick it up.
This is going to be interesting now because I'm pretty sure this has been the first set we've seen where both sides have pencil. Not that both sides haven't had cooler in any previous sets, but the fact that specifically both sides have pencil specifically.
That's 2 down on the Phantom Squids. 3 down on the Phantom Squids.
That was looking pretty cracked off there for a second. I got halfway down with like next to no opposition. They're working through it though. Keep their eyes filled.
Zone is currently neutral, 81 to 45.
King is trying his best to stall and keep them. They're trying their best to stall and keep things empty. Waiting for the teams to come back. It seems like it paid off, so they can cut through the fence.
Not willing to give up control just yet.
That was a hammer. That was almost dangerous. However, puts them away. Gave him the quick control yet again.
Leviathan's keeping that penalty on him.
They're them back with cooler. They gotta find a way to get forward because they're kind of just sitting back here now. That penalty's gonna be gone. Try something with the Zuka. No dice.
That lead is slowly burning away.
Because they're gonna be a release swap. Here comes the reslider.
There's the
Almost
swap.
we run over.
45 to 44 with caps on both sides.
Bringing pressure is Leviathan Club. Trying to keep things a little bit up there as this lead starts building again.
Sliders don't come in though.
Oh, it's coming in. Enough to take the zone. No picks, unfortunately. Bazooka comes out.
There's another Reef Slider though. See him coming in trying to paint zone. Phantom Squid's back in control. 45 to 31.
Getting out of there.
Cooler goes out.
Oh, yeah, just trying to look for
Reef
it
Slider
if I
gets
can.
canceled. Oh.
Oh,
It
dear.
is now a 3v3.
Well, unfortunately, I think despite everything, it is even. and it was past the halfway point, and now under the point cap, so they kind of have to play it out.
Well, at least
still
it's one on
fairly
both
even.
sides.
Yeah, they're still at least all things considered fairly even.
Despite everything, it is still Nintendo.
Nintendo's gonna be Nintendo, right?
And it left on the clock. Ooh! Cap back on the Phantom Squids.
I've never seen both teams lose a player and the counts be the same. I agree. I think this was the perfect way for the GC to happen, if anything.
Penalties almost gone on the Leviathans. Will they take that lead? It looks like they will. They're two down on the Phantom Squids. There's the lead flip. Stamp needs to pull something huge here.
Which we cannot.
That is game.
A very unfortunate game one, but the point goes to Leviathan Club.
Alpha team is Phantom Squids. Bravo team is Red Skull Leviathans Club.
Why do you think I'm rooting for anyone in specifics, Arm? I'm coming. I have to be unbiased. Also, yeah, for future events, I'll get those done. This is the time to note that I'm technically also PSL's marketing division.
For what it's worth, I think you do a great job.
Yeah, it was. That's why I don't blame you for anything.
I think the visual design is very strong. And I think it's also very funny that you managed to include a dig at Officials versus Planet Firefin in there.
Of course. We're all about our running gags and jokes here at the PSL.
All right, moving on to game 2. Hopefully the lobby stays attacked.
Also, I'm not saying that answer here, Art, but you know why I root for the Blue Jackets. Unfortunately.
Again, very similar comps from both sides. Squeezer and V-Shot going toe-to-toe. With 52 and Wiper acting as slayers for both teams.
Clean up here. A bunch of chaos going on here. Can they clean it up? We can't, unfortunately, get that for the Wiper.
3 down on both sides, pretty much.
The Gal got away. I'm shocked. That situation seemed wholly disadvantageous to it.
Ooh. Some trades going on, 2 down on both sides.
There's the cleanup here. Cooler is out. So there might be some
possession 74 to 79. Penalties on both sides. Ooh, penalty's gone for the Phantom Squids. They're building that lead.
Indeed. I'm trying to clean up here. But hopefully something.
Down to 79, 3 down on the side of the Leviathans.
Running up here. That kicker is going down again.
40 points remaining.
Bazooka comes out. Fortunately, nothing.
Your slider does help to cap. 33 points remaining for the Phantom Squids. 79 remaining for the Leviathans, though.
Rizzo was looking for something. I certainly couldn't get it. It's just kind of sitting there. They need to do something to push in. This lead is going away pretty fast. I'm merely pushing to use this cooler, but trying to find picks. They at least get one.
Reef slider coming out.
They cap the zone.
Manages to cap the zone, 33 to 44. 2:10 remaining on the clock.
Good bomb kill on that jump, though, at the very least, while going down. Penalty's almost through, and that lead can start building again. Takes one out with Bazooka, an assist.
Ooh, but the slider gets canceled by the squeezer.
Tried to save themselves, unfortunately could not. Oh, they get picked off from a distance.
Zone is neutral, back in control of the Phantom Squids.
Really trying to answer back right now. It's a stronger push. They're chipping away, and the penalty's almost gone yet again as time is winding down, closing in on that final 60 seconds. Pencil looked for a push, unfortunately could not get it. Teammate cleaned up the mess. Got control again, and that ticker's going down yet again. 10.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is game for the Phantom Squids.
Evened it up and forced the game 4.
Now, this may be one of my more controversial takes. However, I think, as a callback to Splatoon 1, Splash Wall on activation should have several frames where contact is an insta-kill. And then it goes back to 30.
Yeah.
Like, if you get that perfect timing on a Splash Wall, it should kill.
Not perfectly, sure. As rare as it is. That's all I'm gonna actually you. You want me to hate wall more?
Arbiter, you should know this. I want to watch the competitive scene burn.
The competitive scene was already
Because
burning.
funny.
What was the end of Splatoon 2? Heck, what was this game after Pencil? Hey, don't look at me! I'm the neutral party here!
It does not need my help. Are you sure about that?
I was just saving grace. I didn't think I'd be here with a Maverick.
This is why I'm a commentator and not a player anymore.
See, they both get it. It did a pretty good job of burning on its own, and it's been burst since Splatoon 2. If he died on wall, then school. See, that's the correct answer.
Might as well make Ink Mines lethal again? Yes, actually. Like, not at their full activation range, but like, direct hits with mines should be lethal.
Why don't we just add damage up back to the game at this point? Goodness gracious. Slosher, yep, Slosher first. Noted. Explains why we're in that downtime here. I love everything being unbalanced. Truly. Give comeback at 20. Give LDE 24 AP back. All right, now y'all are just messing around.
I'm just saying trans rights.
I mean, also correct. That is the right thing to do. Gosh, I'm watching chaos happen. The things we have to do on downtime.
Okay, it looks like everyone's back in the lobby. We can return to focusing on Twilight Zones.
Of course, I don't have to pull the update. Although Silver's definitely making progress right now. Was all PXL just in Silver?
Yes, I don't see any familiar names in gold. I think every PSL team that we have seen in the past is in silver.
Yeah. You want to jump scare me? I wouldn't even hear the darn thing. Arv, it's muted.
Hey, video game. I hate to be the one to tell you this, but oh, okay. Oh,
Oh, all right. Functional video game, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Nintendo, for their internet.
thanks, Nintendo. Very cool.
The question is, $20 is $20.
Also, me being an entity of chaos should not come as a surprise to anyone. I moderate for Josh Jepson.
You mean that's supposed to be an excuse? What do y'all do? Am I missing something on the mod team? Because I swear I don't do this when I buy from Junior. No, we're going. That's not my choice. Oh.
All right, we're back in the lobby.
All right, we're
Zones
trying
ink
this
blocked.
again. All right, let's start this again.
Game 1 went to the Leviathans. Game 2 went to the Phantom Squids. Evidently, the room did in fact blow up prior to Game 3 starting, so...
Internet, well, someone's internet needed to be reset, and then the internet, and then the room decided to die. So Nintendo did Nintendo things.
There was lag throughout the other games, so they decided to change hosts as well.
Ah,
That makes sense.
We'll also explain that. Okay. As we go on, now we're at Inkblot Art Academy. The first time we're seeing it this tournament. Interesting to get around the system poll, especially considering both of these teams having a pencil. I imagine nothing will be any different here. And I would be correct. It's going to be a fight for the medal. No one take anything from it. Someone went to the sides immediately.
Ooh.
Very poorly placed wall. Not much you can do there.
Phantom Squid's first possession.
Trying to clean up around here. Hopefully this stops from bleeding early. He gets picked off after trying to use bazooka. And they just jump away happily, knowing what deed they've caused.
You hate to see the kill on jump out. It happens more often than you'd think, but
That hurts every time.
Phantom Squid's almost halfway through.
We've got a clear hold on this so far. I don't think anyone can push in on this right now.
These are doing a good job keeping them in check. Zone's been neutralized at 33. There's the flip. 33 points remaining for the Phantom Squids. But that 51 is a pretty hefty penalty.
Dodging too slowly.
That shot's alone, though.
Good, clean.
Oh, they're
Comes
going
back
down on
in
fight, though.
Pushing back away, though. People got a little far forward. The hammer's coming out. Doesn't pick off anything. But the bazooka also was 0 for 3.
The PSL regulars might be in silver bracket, but on the bright side, Dolphins didn't get away with it.
Poor Dolphins.
Ooh, Phantom Squids have a very solid hold. These strikes not quite doing enough.
Dolphins getting away with it is only going to be in the main PSL seasons, I'm sure.
Two 2-1 for the Phantom Squids.
This isn't pretty going
As we
into game
move
4.
on. Yep, it's game 4 time.
Could close it out here. Could possibly send us to game 5. Who knows? We're still waiting. We're going to see from the other end, Freedom up 2-0 on Kangaroos right now. Both of those teams we've also already seen, but we could be seeing again as well.
You know, over in silver, we have some eliminated teams. Spectacular Dolphins and Octopella are both out. And it looks like Deep Sea International is also out.
He can't get Slant or fighting for it. So I think all things considered, Slant right now is, well, no, Deo Sushi is at the top, still a winner. Not surprised, the PSL Silver Bracket winner for Season 10 might actually win Silver Bracket again, all things considered. I'm sorry. Now I'm getting my my abbreviations mixed up. Yeah, Sushi was in gold bracket. So the best PSL results team of the bunch. Well, once again get there. So that's me entering the game 4 here in Brightwater with 2 pencils. So this is feeling very standard now, admittedly. I'm hoping it's not going to be as cutthroat as Brightwater Zones normally is. Meaning, hopefully this doesn't just end in 2 minutes.
If it does end in 2 minutes, it better go to the Leviathans, because I want to see game 5.
Yeah.
Ooh, solid stamping.
Taking off. Quite a few, actually. And the yeet as well.
Oh, and the yeet gets a kill.
3 of success there for Toki. But can they push further? Hopefully to get them
That was a bomb on the splash wall getting a pick.
Oh, the race slide! Awesome, picking up 2.
Don't run the reef slider.
A triple there. Justy though, cleaning up.
I think a triple from the Zuka, or from the Trizuka there.
I think the Trizuka got 2 and they cleaned up 1 before, but either way, Justy with the triple. Hopefully to get them back in, although the pressure is not doing the best right now, but the whale picks off 1. Time is running out though. Under 20
15
count.
points remaining.
It's still bleeding. 10.
Oh, they capped it at 8. Leviathan's not given up without a fight, but that stamp is there and ready to kill again.
They're looking for it now. Going through the wall. Trying to get something. Anything. Pushes back on again. The Leviathan Club. They gotta hope to fight through this to pick off anything. Reef Slider picks off 1. Unfortunately got caught.
Phantom Squid still have 22 points of penalty left. But that number is dwindling fast.
It's not looking good for Leviathan Club. Phantom Squid looks ready to close this out now. Not pick
3,
Mike to do
2,
it.
1, that's game. Valiant effort from the Leviathan Club, but the Phantom Squids move on.
They dropped game 1 and then revitalized everything and reverse 3-0 it. Phantom Squids will be moving on. They'll be in winners finals in gold.
And they will be fighting against Freedom, who just swept 3-0 against the Kensaroos.
So we'll get to that in a second. Although, I imagine we might have a bit of downtime here, at least not overextend ourselves. Loser bracket needs to also catch up a little bit. Even if it is going faster by, because it's best of 3 down there.
In Gold Loser Bracket, we have Kensaroos versus Address the Gator versus Red School Leviathan Club and Astral Barrage. You know, over in Silver, Geek Inc. versus Slant is on game 3.
Whoever comes out of that one alive.
Okay, so obviously, me having a killer wall in standard gameplay is a no-go. But hear me out. Challenge. A killer wall challenge.
Okay, I'll accept the challenge, although I'm not sure how exactly that's gonna work out.
All right, looks like we are going into it. Winners bracket finals in gold bracket. The Phantom Squids versus Freedom.
We've seen both of these teams, and we've seen a lot of Phantom Squids considering we were just saw them last set, and now they're back again, because winners finals is down to this. But we have an interesting 5-game set here. And starting with Crab Lake Capital here, back to the greats again, seeing if the battling there can be any different. Game 2 on My Resort. The first time seeing that one here.
Finally, peak.
Game 3 takes place on Shipshape Cargo Company yet again. And Game 4, if necessary, will once again be Miss Meat Metalworks. And Game 5 again, if necessary, will be on Sturgeon Shipyard. Why are these sets ending in Sturgeon?
The Sturgeons will decide your fate.
Wow, Vince. Like half of these aren't actually half decent zones maps. I know though, it's mine. It's gotta have a claim to fame somewhere. We have casted Miss Meat twice, and we might have to do it the third time. Wasn't like half the freaking map pool here? I know it's only one mode, but like, goodness gracious.
Luga Dooley's mentioned? Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry, huh? The first time seeing that today. They're actually viable now.
Early lead for Freedom. Phantom Squid's being locked in their base pretty much. Ooh, they managed to break through though with a well-timed kill on the blaster.
Oh,
ooh, there's the
wipeout
wipeout. That sets them up very nicely for a potential lead flip.
Already pushing in. Someone taking the upper echelon before getting deleted from the game.
Right in the face. There's the lead flip. Phantom Squid's now in possession. $61-48.
Hammer coming out. No. Pencil said no. Stop that. Oh, these Lucas are dangerous right now. Oh my gosh.
3 down on the side of the Phantom Squids. There's the lead flip back to Freedom.
I just changed the time of the entire game, I feel like. I don't think control was exactly that 400. And then suddenly Azuki comes in and takes out 3. What do you do?
Oh, Reef Slayer has saved from the Booyah Bomb.
Almost died to the ship from the splash down there as well.
Crazy plays all around. 17-48, 250 left on the clock.
For anything, trying to dodge the pencil. Maybe take the fight on, although gets picked off.
Penalties almost gone on Freedom.
As I mentioned, Pens and Squid are
You
having
could
a
do this
very
for
hard time
halfway
here.
to another booyah. Wall v wall. The hammer came out of nowhere. 14 points remaining for Freedom. 48 remaining for the Phantom Squids. They're in possession, whittling down that penalty.
Freedom doing very well to fight through this. Trying to poke something
There's
out.
the Zuka.
Maybe you should have aimed that at the pencil, just a thought.
Penalty's gone for the Phantom Squids. They're gaining points.
I had to make a tough decision there, I know. One is coming down, though. Indeed. Leaders within 10. And there might be a lead swap here in a second. Freedom struggling to
I
actually
think
get
that's
in.
pretty likely. There it is.
Looking for a pick at all. Gets one.
10 points left. There's a splashdown. Contesting
Surprised they didn't
zone
do
at
it close
3.
to the crate.
14-3.
Disco
62
ball
penalty
waiting.
on the Phantom Squids. That's 3 down on the side of Freedom. Phantom Squids back in possession.
Gotta work through a 60
Losing
penalty,
once
though.
again to the ads. You'll have to watch this excellent gameplay on the YouTube recording.
Yes, we did have it locally.
45 seconds left in the match. 14 Freedom, 3 remaining for the Phantom Squids.
Trying to hold on to their life to this penalty as 2 specials come out. And neither one of them can clean up anything. And that's just gonna hopefully secure the victory for them as the penalty winds down.
That's game.
And the game 1 win goes to the Phantom Squids here. Hoping to clean up and get the grands.
Lots of back and forth. Love to see it.
That was actually a pretty good game, all things considered.
Also, can we talk about the fact that we're Glugas?
I'm shocked. The vanilla Glugas now? Yeah, they're viable. They're viable now.
And now it's finally time for peak Mahi zones.
Mahi Mahi Resort. Not quite what it once was, but zones is still a fun time. Very chaotic, very claustrophobic. A war zone through and through. What happens here? No one knows. I think about this all the time. As junior mains, we usually end up loving this map. Mainly because I get to spam bombs everywhere.
Yeah, it's very fun. My 2 or 3 primary weapons have 2 very distinct playstyles on this map. You've got Octoshot and Junior that are down there on the ground fighting, and then you have Forge Pro just sitting there painting the zone.
I can think of other options for this. I think it was thanks to this map that I started picking out Anova, actually. Get in, you have control, mine the zone. They get in, half the zone's already painted for you.
Alright, it's still pencil v pencil.
And the glues are here yet again. The hidden switch, they're still here.
Phantom Squids get first possession.
What's in your court? Zuka's coming out. Another pick immediately. This Zuka is dangerous, man.
It's a Zuka that can aim. Phantom Squid should be terrified.
That's pretty common, especially at any kind of level professionally. Just mind your spacing. You gotta know when to back off. So otherwise you're just getting deleted from the game.
Booyah Bomb comes out trying to give a smoke screen. But the squeezer was right there. Ooh, the snap gets canceled. There's the lead flip. 83 points on the Phantom Squids and a growing lead for Freedom.
20 and counting.
There's the one level dropping. The match can finally begin.
Hey, it's an actual map now. Who knows? For any kind of pick there, didn't get it. Fighter takes
There's
it.
the zone flip, though, adding a nice hefty penalty to the Freedom.
Unfortunately, you can't really get much in otherwise. And that penalty is going to be gone like clockwork soon enough. But they need to find a way in.
I think they're in. Might be that shark. It's the shark! Oh, but it gets
immediately.
defeated immediately. If there were times just a little bit better, could have gotten that jumper.
Unfortunately, that lag was going to deal with them a little much. It's kind of sad to see, but what can you do? Using that wall to their advantage here as the disco ball comes out once more.
And the Zuka, which does manage to get a pick.
Going in.
Shark flips the zone. 34 to 83 remaining.
They can't really make a dent. They're stalling for time and it's adding to these penalties, but eventually this penalty is going to run low. They don't have much of a stall tactic anymore.
Penalty's gone. Freedom is burning through their points.
One of the squads needs an opening, and they need it now. They just lost probably their best bet at one. There's another to hopefully stall.
Oh, is it enough, though?
No, they got stopped.
Not with 3 down. So
clean
close.
up there, and it's even again.
We're getting game 4, gamers.
Back-to-back game 4s. Can we possibly expect a game 5?
I mean, do you want to go back to mincemeat?
No, I don't. But hey, I wouldn't mind going to game 5 in Grands. Hopefully, if it's not mincemeat. Or possibly at this point,
Games 1 through 5 in Grands is just mincemeat.
Okay, they can't all be the same map.
We hit the 1 number in the random number generator that causes the whole thing to break.
Alright, who divided by 0? They can't all be that. Game 3 here. Going back to Ship Cargo Company. No, I can't say I'm not expecting more of the same. I am. I'm very much expecting more of the same.
Yeah, it seems like they have a comp and they know what works for them.
Hey, the one tricky stuff can work. Sometimes you gotta know when to adapt, but if you know what you know how to do best and it hasn't really been failing you too much, you stick with it. Don't fix what isn't broken. Although, I see a custom blaster out here now. So something definitely did change somewhere. don't think it was a custom before. Those Gloogies are still here, though, passionately.
The zone goes to the Phantom Squids. That stamp is almost ready to rock.
They're holding firm yet again. Another easy 40 as the Booyah comes out.
Comes out.
With the pressure again.
Though.
Doesn't become anything.
Splashdown does neutralize zone. Not quite enough to cap it, though.
They got immediately punished for it. They're getting... This is clean. They had no interruptions. I don't think they have an answer for this right now. As the squeezer finally goes down.
Oh, wait.
It's close. They're fighting for it, though.
Oh, there's the Reef Slider. Oh, Reef Slider picks off 2 of them, though.
Dodges the Zuka shot. Smart. Not enough. All that fighting went nowhere.
Ooh, they gotta cap it fast, though. Because that's game.
Very quick 100-0 sweep.
Alright. This is set point for the Phantom Squids.
It's come alive now. Are they gonna do it back-to-back games where they drop game 1 and then reverse sweep the competition?
Alright, and we're back in the building for this one.
Of course, as always.
Come on, we gotta complete the greatest hits playlist. We need to go back to Sturgeon.
Wasn't Robin in this map list? Where is that at? I feel like we haven't seen that one at all. That's a viable zone map. Where's that? Well, this thing, yet again, is we're back to mincemeat. As it gets peeks over the edges. Clean shot there from the blaster before getting picked off themselves. Just a dogfight going on in the middle right now. Hopefully to deter the pencil away.
Phantom Squids managed to pick off 3. They're pushing Freedom back into their base.
Got something. Man, I don't think I'd ever feel more pressure than looking that specifically.
There's the zone flip.
I don't think I'd feel more pressure ever than just looking that Zuka straight in the eyes. I'm pretty sure the moment we lock eyes, I'm dead. That's a scary Zuka.
There's the lead flip. Freedom now in the lead.
Hold on to it. Since they're turning, at least their set lives are here for this.
Ooh! Solid pick with a Zuka shot on that stamp.
Will this be
Executioner. 131? Ooh, this might be 100 to 31.
The hammer gets denied again.
That's 3 down. It's just the Glugas, and they're still fighting.
And they immediately answered 31. Just as quickly as game 3 was over, game 4 was over just as fast. And we're actually going the distance, ladies and gentlemen. This is our first game 5.
We are going to Sturgeon Shipyard. But really, who won that fight? because the Phantom Squid's got down to 69 remaining. And I think there's at least one official who would be willing to give them the moral win for that.
I mean, the moral victory is very true. Unfortunately, it's not the one that gets you the credit in this.
Yeah. This tournament is morality neutral. That's why I'm here.
Clearly. We hit 2 quick romps going both ways. Curious how their fights are gonna go now.
Sturgeon, as we've seen, has a lot more high ground. A lot more room for crazy reef sliders.
There hasn't been too many things, and they haven't. Something we haven't seen in a while. And I know this is the meta thing. No one's really picked Bubble. It's not been a lot of Bubble weapons played. That was pretty early on. We had a couple of decaps early. They haven't happened now though. So.
Yep, pretty much the same weapons we've been seeing.
5 is more of the same yet again. You said if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's gotten them this far. Freedom getting first blood here. Game 5, winner go home. Or winner go to losers, rather. That's how this one's working. Grands is on the line.
Beat down on the side of Freedom.
And a wipe there by the Phantom Squid, cleaning it up. So now they're going to push up advance a bit more. That Zuka's coming out. And we're watching a Zuka battle live on stage. Kind of a stalemate. No one actually going down there, but...
There's the lead flip. Ooh, the Boom gets a pick on the stamp. That's huge.
Judge, jury, and executioner just constantly getting denied. The gavel won't be being brought down here in this set.
Freedom back in control, 72-49.
We're looking for maybe something to get some damage in. There's the triple splashdown, and it does get a pick. Now they're looking for Blaster to hopefully get some chip damage out. As someone was at least running in.
Penalty's gone. That lead is shrinking. There's the flip.
Swap. They're holding firm right now, although the Zuka is probably double
Twin
Zuka.
Zuka.
Just saying, hey, get out of our spot. We claim this turf right now.
49-34 in favor of Freedom.
This game of inches, hopefully to get through this lead. Not a huge lead, 15, as the Zuka's trying to pick off, but unfortunately going through the grates there. NOT is gone.
Penalty's gone. Penalty's gone, and Freedom is not in a position where they can safely contest.
Had to splash down and try to save themselves. Unfortunately.
Stuck in splash there. There's the lead flip.
The
Boom
disco
gets
ball
canceled.
gets interrupted. We're not playing the 70s today.
10 points remaining for the Phantom Squids.
Basically
It's now or
celebrating.
never.
Nothing in there. 3 down. They win game 5. A lot of quick ends there those last 3 games, and Phantom Squids will be going to grands.
Freedom will be facing down the winner of Address the Gator versus Red School Leviathan's Club. Meanwhile, on Silver, we are waiting on Sushi Surprise versus Downshift, currently 1-0 in favor of Sushi Surprise. They'll be going up against Dale Sushi to decide who enters into Silver Bracket Grands against Metamorphosis.
As we're waiting for this set to go through, we have to wait on loser semis before we can cast losers finals and then eventually grands. So we're kind of on a bit of an intermission here, folks. So I have to assume grands for Silver will probably be Metamorphosis versus Deo Sushi again. They'll probably get that run back.
Personally, I'm kind of rooting for Address the Gator, because we haven't seen them at all thus far on stream.
Yeah, you're right. It would be interesting to see them at the very least. Although we've seen the Red School Leviathan Club and we've seen what they've been capable of.
Yeah, it will certainly be an uphill battle, but it'd be interesting to see.
That's being asked. What's their favorite gear piece? That's a tough one for me.
Mine is probably my glassless glasses.
Dude, I've got my gear that I'm definitely adhered to in this game. In this game, any piece of gear can have any ability, though, thanks to the ability chunk grinding. So, whatever works. I was always kind of partial to the what was it the Red Sea Slugs? In Splatoon 2. Unfortunately, gear randomizing didn't pan out for me in that game, so I don't wear those anymore. I've always kind of been a fan of the varsity jacket too, but
I would unironically wear my full QR fit IRL. It's the glassless glasses, the camo zip-up hoodie, and the moto boots.
fair. There's definitely a good amount of drip in this, although I can tell you my teammates are always mad at me because I always put function over fashion. So I'm always wearing the darndest things. But then again, people are going to be mad at me because I wear the fresh fit head just for comeback because it's funny. So
Yeah. I have pures of every ability in every gear slot. And the fit on my pure sub power set, it is a hot mess. You've got the triple decker shades. You've got the like black leather rider jacket, and then you've got the pink trainers.
it's fair. See, I have to think about what I would. If I'm wearing anything, it's probably my C Junior kit, which is. Let me see. What am I? It should be a headband and then the marinated top. But also, I'm also wearing like the snowshoes too, which definitely is a fashion dope. But I guess the things that actually kind of look functional is my current V Junior kit, which is the headband. I believe one of the jerseys, and then trying to remember a black pair of shoes, but I'm trying to remember which pair of black shoes they are right now.
How am I just now realizing I can make a freshest fit on my phone?
Yeah, they don't really advertise it too much, do they?
You mean to tell me this phone app has been useful this entire time?
Imagine that. It's not like we've been using it for PSO the last couple of years to get results. See, I feel bad because I want the deep cut amiibo. I just didn't get them. I'm missing basically like all the idols for the Splatoon 3 amiibo line, basically.
I made the very wise investment of a box of cute little round NFC tags.
NFC tags will definitely also be useful, but I also just like the figures, so I'm willing to pay up the money.
Yeah.
Maybe not now because they're probably going to be a little too pricey, but.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I actually don't have any legit Splatoon amiibo. I've got the discs for the stuff released during 3's life, and then for 1 and 2, I found a pack of bootleg amiibo cards that have bootleg Splatoon art on them.
Huh.
Like, the kind of art you would see on the box of an action replay, and it's kind of amazing.
Oh my gosh. Sounds very interesting.
Checking in the silver bracket. Looks like semifinals is 1-1 between Sushi Surprise and Downshift. The winner of that will be moving on to fight Dale Sushi. And then I believe the winner of that moves on to Grands in Silver.
That'd be interesting. Hopefully that goes well. Oh, and downtime here. For those of you who do have Switch 2s, permitting, you can actually hear me and we're not just an ad right now. How you guys feeling? Have you gotten any use of it yet? What have you guys been using it for? Have you guys just been using it for Mario? Did any of you buy the tech demo? Are you using it for Switch 1 games that run better? How you guys feeling?
I've said it in a couple of places now, but I'm waiting until around October to get one for myself. Hopefully by then there will be a few more first-party titles that I'm actually interested in.
I'll be definitely waiting on mine. I've got enough next year, and I know I'll be ready, but I mean, there's stuff now I could get. I feel like I'd take someone's suggestion to me at the heart, and then I've been waiting for at least 5 titles I could be using it for that I would buy before I get the console. And I feel like I'm at that point now because there's been enough Switch 1 stuff that I've missed that I could just get on Switch 2 because they're getting updates. Like I don't have Mario Party Jamboree yet, and I can get that on Switch 2 since they're updating that. Not that they're doing an update for that, but I didn't get the new Wario either yet. I'm waiting for Rhythm Heaven next year. That don't get a Switch 2 release. ZA is kind of also the same thing. I'm waiting for that when it releases. I'll probably just get it on Switch 2 anyway. Prime 4, I
actually wonder.
That.
Sorry, go on.
Oh, I think I finished. I was like, Prime 4, I would have done that, but really that's it. But what were you going to say?
I was going to say, I wonder if Rhythm Heaven, instead of getting like a dedicated Switch 2 edition, will just get something like Scarlet and Violet where it's a free update if you play it on Switch 2 where it runs at a higher resolution.
It could. It also could probably go the way of Zelda, where if you buy the Switch 2 version, the Switch version is just in there too. So.
Yeah, I mean, with like virtual game cards and stuff, it's completely fine. Oh. It was a 2-0 for Red School Leviathan Club.
So we'll be Freedom
So
versus
now,
Red School Leviathan Club.
Freedom takes on the Leviathans. Meanwhile, over in Silver Bracket, Losers Finals is Dale Tsushi versus Downshift.
Ooh. No, this is a set we've also seen before coming up here. Well, once again, the best of 5 here because it's loser finals. So winner here gets to go to Grand and faced off against Phantom Squids. Which I'm pretty sure both of those teams have already also met, so it'll be a run back either way. So.
Yep. Will it be a run back of winners semis or winners finals? That's the question.
We'll be figuring out more or less soon enough. Well, we run down the maps here, since we should probably have an interesting set
now. We have confirmation from Vincent in chat that there is no mincemeat.
I can confirm that as well. There is no mincemeat. However, there is something we have seen before, and something we didn't get to see, could have seen for the first time, but we didn't get far enough in that set. So, but this time it's guaranteed to be played now, so we will be seeing Umami for the first time.
Is Robo Ramen in the set finally?
No, unfortunately, it does not.
Ah, maybe in
We gotta
Grands.
see it somewhere. It's gotta be here.
Grands is just going to have Robo Ramen like 3 times.
I'd take it at least twice. It doesn't. It can at least repeat once. It's missing something though. It has to be here. Sorry if we go through an entire tourney and like one of the best maps in the game doesn't get played at all. I swear. Wait, I don't remember Bluefin being in this set list, huh? I'm actually kind
Hang
of
on,
glad that one hasn't shown up.
I'll double check that. I don't think Bluefin is in the map list. Hagglefish, Undertow, Mincemeat, Mahi, Inkblot, Sturgeon, Mechamart, Wahoo World. We haven't seen Wahoo World. Brownwater, Manta, Umami, Pump Trek, Barnacle and Dime, Crab Leg, Shipshape, and Marlin.
How did you leave ramen out of this list?
Oh yeah, there is no ramen.
How did you leave ramen out of this list?
How have we not gotten Wahoo yet?
That's also the question I'm asking. Yeah? Look, Vince, I agreed to help you with this because I knew you wanted to do something again, at least get us on a hiatus for a bit, for a minor event. But I'm like, it's a zone 30. You can't leave out ramen. Come on now.
Oh, apparently Brownwater showed up in Silver Bracket.
Well, we've seen Brightwater already.
Yeah, we've seen Brownwater here too.
Yeah. Really, the only map I think we haven't seen is Wahoo, actually.
Yeah. Knowing that there is no Robo Ramen, the Robo Ramen was a lie. I think the only map out of that list.
I am shocked and appalled.
Yeah. Alright. Losers Finals, Game 1.
Here at Inkblot Art Academy. Let's see. We got a V92. The Viper. It's open to over. So hey, the Glugas are back.
Gotta love them Glugas.
Hey, we have
the Glugas are dead.
We oh no, so quick. I was like, we have Gal, and then we have Gal Doogies. So hey, win-win for both. Leviathan putting in all the pressure right now, already down to 60. It didn't seem like they had an answer going in for it now for Freedom. Although the blaster getting picks off, they're still going at it.
Oh, we do see a flip though. Freedom getting some points.
Winning finally stops at 46, more than halfway through already.
Ooh, nice pick
Putting
from
it
the
up.
Glugas.
Putting the pressure really on now. They're going for. They weren't going to go sit on what? Instead. Trying to get anything. That's
Oh,
what happened.
wait, that's a lead flip.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. How did you actually not die to that shot?
46 to 41. 2 down on the side of Freedom. Leviathans keeping a solid hold on mid as their penalty goes down.
Something there. Well, Lee Swap is on his way.
Oh,
No. Never mind.
oh!
Zuka
Freedom
denies.
keeping their lead. 41 to 42, though.
This Zuka is dangerous and heard me and said, "What are you talking about?" Fresh starts come out enough to neutralize the zone. Hammer gets cheated. Target was already dead.
Freedom still in penalty, unable to expand that lead. It's still by 1 point.
Swap once again seems eminent.
There it is. Leviathan's back in control. Wave up does get a pick. Leviathans are 3 down.
Hanging in there.
The Lone Wiper trying their absolute best to keep control of the zone.
That yeet getting off someone with
Miraculously,
a...
it worked. And it won them the game.
Goodness gracious, what a save.
Insane wiper plays.
Going to Red Skull Leviathan Globe.
All right, game 2. We're going back to Hagglefish. I imagine we'll see quite a few more wall plays here. That seems to be the Gluga's bread and butter.
Very much so. Again, I'm surprised for Hagglefish. I know these aren't in these meadows of these teams, but I'd very much like to see a bubble play here. If they can get it anyway.
Yeah, us junior mains are starving out here. We need our bubbles.
Not even just junior. I'm just thinking, hey, you could probably throw in like a V-roller if you wanted. Maybe a V-blaster, although it doesn't have as much range as like any other blaster we've seen, so. There was a lunar or two, but like, even then, like, I don't think you really need too much of those, so. Par's over there charging her will string in the corner again.
All right, game 2. I'm fairly certain that's the exact same comp from Leviathans. We
I
do
would
see
not
the
be shocked.
Neo Splash on the side of Freedom, though.
Interesting. Find a different flavor of Tri-Strike, are we? Well, that comes out immediately gets a pick.
Freedom taking the lead.
Well, keeping an eye on things. Once again, watching the
Lucas
sides
managing
is
to pick up the
imperative.
wiper. That's a wipeout.
Oh, they're getting cutthroat now. Already at the front. I think they want blood now.
Blaster was in their face, causing problems. Ooh, already below 30, LDE is in effect.
Dude.
Boom comes out, trying to intercept this breakaway. Ooh, there's the control flip, though. 3 down on the side of Freedom. They made it all the way down to 5 in a single push.
A very strong push, but they're also a very huge penalty. Are they going to be able to fight through this all? Seeing how cutthroat they got early, are they going to be able to take that back?
Camp comes out, gets 2 picks. That whale is causing a retreat. Whale comes out, trying to neutralize zone. Strikes come out too.
Hopefully they can start eating invested. 72 penalties is nothing to scoff at. But they need control for a little while here.
Current scores 31 remaining for the Leviathans and 5 remaining for Freedom.
Celine here sitting in the corner thinking they can possibly be discreet and maybe get a pick off or something. So the hammer says no.
Lucas putting in a little bit of work. They're almost at Booyah. They have Buddha
really
Bomb.
well.
Penalty is just about gone. 3, 2, 1. Game. 1-all.
And it's even yet again.
And that means we're going to game 4, baby.
Another guaranteed game 4.
For those on the East Coast, happy new day.
It's me.
I hope your Monday goes well.
I'm on the East Coast. I hate Mondays though. I'll grin and bear it though for one reason and one reason only. Yeah, that's the thing too. We still got another set here, so we're here for at least another half hour.
Yeah, fortunately I'm West Coast, so I'm doing pretty alright.
I mean, for me doing East Coast, I'm not tired. Would have liked to have gotten food, but
Yeah. We suffer for our art, I see.
oh, don't talk to me about suffering for art. Ugh. All those long nights.
Let's check in the silver bracket real quick while we wait for the teams to ready up. Looks like it's still pretty neutral. Still waiting for the resolution of Dale Tsushi versus Downshift to move into silver bracket grands. For now, though, Game 3, Umami Ruins.
I pray for everyone's sake that none of these are done having a reset.
We have 2 buckets on the side of the Leviathans.
Interesting. The Tri-Strike bucket and a Reflector bucket.
I think they plan on just staying in the middle platform.
I mean, it's a good place to be. It's got coverage for both zones. If you have long enough range, you can kind of hit some of the enemy sight from there. Where you want to be, you can hold control. Okay, that was not a very good reslider. Yeah, unfortunately, got picked off.
Strike's going out, trying to cap both zones. Succeeding!
They also get a pick in that. There goes the Spirit Bomb.
Is on the board, and it looks like this might just be a lead flip.
Early. Although now they're pressuring. I mean, they're with the pencil, at least trying to see if they can take over the enemy snipe and also confront the other pencil. Tri-Strike's coming out again. Hopefully to do some damage control. Although we have a race rider coming through. Another side of the Tri-Strike
remaining for the for freedom. Leviathan's back in control, 81 to 43.
Had to put the pencil out for the Belugas here. They have a buoy already. The disco ball goes out. No casualties, but they get a pick afterwards. They're back and forth
doing
now.
A good job of holding control. They make it down to 60.
They've been cutting into that lead.
Ooh, interesting interaction there.
And lag
There's
iframes
the
there. Yep. And lag iframes there, saving the reef slider. Just barely. One of those 28 frames come in the clutch.
$40 to 43, lead favors the Leviathans for now. It's Glugas versus Dreadringer, and the Glugas won.
Well, the battle going on in the moss pit down there. Took the reslider out, unfortunately, just got canceled, but a little interaction. Penalty's done. Freedom has the lead again.
Lead flip.
And the pencils are fighting.
Out. Ooh, killed on the jump out. 40 to 24, favoring freedom.
So is this the resliders you were craving? Have you missed this?
I have. This is wonderful.
Pressure's on again. Leviathan looking for answers. Unfortunately, gets picked out.
3 down on the side of Leviathan. They'll be back quick though because they had cooler. 10 points of lead remaining. Ooh, but they're back in penalty. 24 to 34. Lead still favors freedom.
For any kind of in here. Oh, let's try some shot just to hopefully start some discourse. That body's in front of the two of them can only get one. That was very awkward for them.
Leviathans get wiped out though.
Good clean
That
up there
lead
by
is
Kingsford.
growing larger.
Time's running down.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, game.
Looks like Freedom takes the 2-1 lead, and it's set point for them now.
Silver Losers Bracket Finals is 1-1 between Dale Sushi and Downshift. Well, Game 4 is on Mecha Mart. This could go either way.
This really could go either way. It's been fun seeing it, but whoever locks down first is gonna have this.
Some careful deliberations on the side of Freedom. This is set point.
They're thinking it through thoroughly. Yeah, I couldn't blame them either. I know we also say don't fix what is don't fix what isn't broken. But also, you never know. You throw out something unexpected that you won't ever be ready for it.
All right, it's showtime. Let's see it. This is possibly for grands.
Here we go. Game 4. Set point for Freedom here. Do they take it now, or do they have to sit through another game? Seems like all that time might have just been set for discussion, because it didn't seem like there were any weapon changes.
It's just been for strategy. Leviathan takes early lead.
Picked it off too, though.
Staying in control, even through getting 2 down.
Looking for special there. Just to see if they can neutralize anything. Control still in the hands of Leviathan Club.
Give me a bump coming out.
And they still have it. Still there. Look for anything to clean up here.
There's the flip.
Something.
There might not be much of one.
Oh,
No, that's only 2 points on the board.
and
54 to
unfortunately,
98.
got the dreaded 98 plus 3, the extra fabled 101st point.
Ooh. You hate to see it. Meanwhile, penalty's gone for the Leviathans. They want us to go through Game 5, I see.
Gosh, here we help get for it to be over as quick as possible. They want to extend this for as long as possible. It's not just the commentator's way.
They want to win reset, I see.
There is no reset. This is losers finals. But
There
they are
it is,
going to be going
2-2.
the distance as we just watch as they impressively close things down in Game 4. Goes
It's
to a
game
Leviathan Club
5 time.
very easily. Going to Game 5. Which means
What is our map on game 5?
we're going back to Brightwater Springs. Most
Okay.
likely witnessing pencils at dawn. So
The way Nogami intended.
this should be a pivotal Game 5 and also a very interesting one.
Zones 2 blue pens, 6 red pens.
6 red pens. Oh gosh. I said pencils at dawn. That's a pencil war zone. And they are matching in pencils in that. Unless I'm pretty deliberately sure we have no actual top switches again. So they're set to their tricks. Obviously they feel confident in their skills, both sides. I'd want you too if you've gotten this far. So
Early lead for the Leviathans, but there's 92 plus 7.
what an interesting reslider there. Seems like it might not have been intended.
It might be the exhaustion setting in, but I do not see where that was going. That might have just been a mechanic I need iframes.
Yeah. Hey, sometimes the vision's not always clear first thing.
'84 to 82, lead is flipped now back to the Leviathans.
In this case, it is actually win or go home. So, hopefully their best foot is being put forward. Although I wouldn't feel too bad about this, because this is really for third place. The bronze medal is still there. You got podium regardless. Congratulations. As time is winding down here, they stopped the bleeding at 33, but it came right back. Immediately refunctioned.
And they managed to just barely cap it.
The pencils are fighting.
Back in control. Ah, but they haven't burned through their penalty just yet. 33 to 82.
Leviathan Club here with just
Freedom.
extreme control.
Yeah, and Freedom might be losing steam.
They were set on not adjusting. They figured what they had already was their best option. Kinda hate to see it fall through like this. But I'm sure they can put something together.
Penalty's gone on Leviathan.
Time is running out as the pencils are fighting again.
Oh, it's back.
Reissued
After
another
another
penalty.
10 count gone.
Stalling for time. But they're getting pressured again.
They might be trying to stall out Red Skull Leviathan Club, make them as tired as Freedom seems to be.
There's something else that's working again as this actually getting them out of there, getting them some space. Got through their penalty, so it's counting down now at 70.
Bomb is at the ready. There's a Reef Slider and some strikes going out. That is enough to flip zone, 23 to 52.
I'm just gonna be back on them.
Update from Silver Metamorphosis versus Dale Sushi and Silver Grands.
Dale Sushi carrying it again. So it was in fact the rematch of winners finals down there too.
52 to 23.
So again, on 1 minute remaining in this pivotal game 5, make or break. Here we go.
Cooler comes out. Triple Ink Strikes are charged. Freedom back in control. Extending that penalty on the Leviathans. Leviathans back in control though. Both sides not really able to fight through their penalty. 32 seconds left on the clock. There's a wipeout though.
Oh, and that just might be in the
gone.
favor of me. Yeah, I think Leviathan's Club will have this, and they're going back in grands. So the counter's clicking down. Either the timer runs out, or their point count does, and it looks like their point count will go down.
Red Skull Leviathan Club goes on to Grand Finals. It's a repeat of winners semis.
So we're back again.
Vincent, don't you dare put mincemeat in the Grands pool.
I don't think you can help that, truthfully. No! Hey, look what starts us off! As we're
Now
getting
we're
set for
finally going to
grands
Wahoo World.
It's the meme, the legend, Wahoo World Zones.
Yay! Also, going into Grands might not be the best time to mention this, but I have no idea what the map lists are. I don't have access to that information.
That's on me. And I've read out most of them at the very least. Here's our grand set, barring a reset. Game 1, we're finally getting the meme, the legend, Wahoo World Zones. Game 2 will be on Barnacle and Dime. It's actually been a while since we've actually seen the map. Game 3 will be on Humpback Pump Track. Game 4, if it's necessary, will be on Crab Lake. And Game 5, if it was also necessary, we're going back to Sturgeon.
The Sturgeons will decide our fate, I see. Let's just hope they don't say reset.
I'm feeling a pain. We want this to be over so we can go home. They want it to be over so we can go home. But you gotta play to win too. So like you gotta put your best effort forward. We're at the end. It's not much more. It shouldn't take us much more than half an hour. Barring a reset. People gotta go to sleep, man.
Yeah, real. Like, actually, the bed... My bed is less than 2 feet away from me. It is within arm's reach.
I'm not one of those people. I'll probably be up for hours. But, like, people got work tomorrow. It's Monday. We didn't say this was a beta test. And I think it became pretty evident the clear main aspect of the beta test is not running double 11 anymore. I think we answered that question.
At least not immediately after 4 rounds of groups.
Well, the thing is, I think groups are going to be 4 rounds regardless. So Although I'm thinking about it, the group stage I was in, we had 5 rounds. So, to be fair, that. No, that was also double limb. To be fair, we started early in the day, so that one wouldn't have hurt too much.
All right. It's time for the Phantom Squids versus Red School Leviathans Club. Game 1, we're going to Wahoo World. Let's go.
It's finally back. PSL staple historian, Wahoo World Zones. And the loading screen is here, so here we go. Five to 10 games leads to us in crowning a champion for Twilight Zone's the beta test. Wahoo World is here, and it's not a comp we haven't already seen before, but we have the pencils back again. The Sweezer's back. That's our wiper friend, so. How does the dogfight go in mid? As it seems like Leviathan Club is taking first blood.
Leviathans have something to prove. They made it all the way here from semis. This is the team that sent them to losers bracket in the first place. Phantom Squids, meanwhile, seem to be... okay. For a second there wasn't showing any ink on my feed.
Wouldn't surprise me if it wasn't. Well, it looks like we've got their answer now. They've answered back. Leviathan trying to keep away at base. They got Phantom Squid to get the 52. But that race slider just comes in. Doesn't actually go off the edge.
Race slider didn't quite make it to zone. Phantom Squid's back in control, 52 to 77.
Good switch. That's what we're looking for here. Hopefully trying to keep them out. We have the pencil in the Zuka, keeping them off the snipe.
Head of the pencil.
Yeah, and the Zuka just deleting someone from the game. Under 50. It's game 1. It's looking pretty set. Phantom Squid's hands right now, but I wonder if Leviathan has an answer. They're all kind of pawed up on the snipe. Fresh starts coming out to neutralize this.
Out. There's the flip.
Burning their specials to do it. Immediately losing the fight though, and that jumps immediately off. Oh, they missed!
Like at the one shot. Oh, there's a disconnect. But I'm pretty sure that disconnect happened after 50 points had been scored, so...
Yeah, they're under the 30 threshold, so they have to play this out. It was before the 230, thankfully, but it was under the 30 threshold, so they gotta go through this.
Unfortunate. Almost through their penalty. They're through their penalty. And there's a new one. Current score is 70 for the Leviathans, 23 for the Phantom Squids. Cooler goes down. That cooler is going to be even more important now that they're permanently down someone. Penalty's gone on the Phantom Squids. Three, two, one, game. I can't believe it. They were the Phantom Squids of modems the entire time.
They are stealing hearts, I'm sure. Game 1 goes to the Phantom Squids, unfortunately for that disconnect. It's sad to see it happen, but, you know, kind of had to play it with lives. They did at least have a little bit of a fun in them even after that. And I think that's important. Whatever you can put to a drive and whatever effort you can make. But now we'll be going back to Barnacle and Dime for game 2 here. Like we said, it's best of 5. You have an extra game. You kind of readjust. Or the lobby could break. We might be switching host.
Ultra Squids Elite versus Loud Noises.
I figured as such. Waiting on others to return here. So this is up for game 2 of this grand finals. How would you think the Leviathan clubs would have to respond to this? As close as that first game was before the inevitable disconnect. Do you feel like they have to make a move? Because they were kind of even just before the disconnect, just kind of getting corralled in that little corner on Snipe there.
Here's hoping that disconnect sort of gave them a second wind of sorts. Just kind of snapped them back in.
Kind of have to reset your mind on that one. I know people kind of carry the mindset that every game is 0-0 and you're just playing your heart out just to win the game. I feel like this kind of situation would honestly kind of emphasize that. So kind of just throw the first game out. It's unfortunate the way it happened. You couldn't really salvage it, so it just becomes now you're playing 0-0 and there's 4 games left to play.
Mm-hmm.
The important thing is the goal is still the same. You have to win 3. Over here now.
All right. I believe the teams have switched. So Leviathans are now Alpha Team, and the Phantom Squids are now Bravo Team.
I believe that would be correct, yes.
So currently Phantom Squids are in possession. Leviathans take it though. 96-97. Phantom Squid's back in possession.
Still working toward here.
But the Leviathans are just waiting on an opening.
We got one. The rape slider! Oh my goodness! Into the hand. Oh no! Into the drink!
Knockback sends you into the drink. Leviathan's now in possession, setting up. Finding the picks they need on the Phantom Squids. 3 down.
The control yet again.
They're able to keep up this momentum. They might be able to tie the set. They're down below 50.
Playing the heart.
They take lead. 31-28.
Dodging the race slider, 2 down. Above the sloshers are no more. Pencil goes down as well.
That penalty is taken down nice and fast for the Phantom Squids. Leviathans are using their specials to try and make a play.
We swap
Timing those reef sliders. 28-30.
Hanging on to this dear lead here. Thanos was going to play for something. They did at least get it back. And that's a decent pick that might buy them some time. Well, the sloshers are kind of having a disagreement, and they gotta have to fight for that. I don't know if Galactus is gonna get away with doing that, so they back away slowly.
Ooh, that was almost a retake.
Oh, interesting race slider that does in fact get a pick, despite everything. Penalty's gone, and they have lead.
There's the lead flip. 28-22 in favor of the Phantom Squids.
The art of sloshing, the community call of the slosh, as it continues to happen here. Above of them, this
Dribbling strikes come out trying to keep possession.
just as the
Oh, there's the wipeout though. Phantom Squid's back in control, 22-28.
Using the iframes of the reflex to go through the tri-strike and even getting a pick off of that. That was amazing.
Yeah, that was an incredible play.
Okay, way to go. Penalty's going down, hopefully to extend this lead. Potentially close this out and even it up, force a game for us. Reef-Sliders at dawn. Fortunately, the Reef-Slider that went first wins.
Ooh, there's the flip. Leviathan's back in control of the zone. They have to hold it for a long time, though. They got to get all the way down to 6.
We're fighting for this. Not to send it to relock. Timer's running down. Final 30 seconds approaching.
Yeah, all the Phantom Squids have to do is hold for 30 seconds.
That's how you get aggressive with Tongi going in with the hammer. Backed him up enough, and that penalty is gone.
Need that. 3-2-1. That's a knockout. Phantom Squids take game 2. This is set point. We're almost free, possibly.
Now in the hands of Phantom Squid, we're at championship point.
This is for the Twilight Zone's 0 crown. We're going to Humpback Pump Track.
Interesting map here. Thinking through things. It's just a big circle. It's an elevated circle, but it's a circle.
Meanwhile, over in Silver Bracket Grand Finals, Metamorphosis and Dale Tsushi are 1-1.
What are the chances we finish before they do? Well, they just finished game 3, and now it's 2-1. Over there at Silver Grands.
2-1 in favor of Metamorphosis.
Yep, Metamorphosis with the lead currently.
Let's get into it. Game 3.
Championship point here for Phantom Squids. Do they have what it takes to close it out? Are we gonna be here? Can Leviathan Club answer the call and start bouncing back from this when their backs are against the wall?
Looks like we are seeing a slight comp change. We have the return of the S-Blast.
But we do.
Ooh, and an immediate wipeout!
Pencil has also been given up in favor of an edit as well, so...
The Phantom Squids are taking no prisoners.
They want to get out of here and go home.
I don't blame them.
I don't think anyone could. It is to 65, but that timer is still ticking there.
And Squids still in possession.
Bucky was on standby, at least trying to use a hammer, but at least get the taking trades off beforehand. Another trade happening.
That's
They're
3 down.
keeping them out, but it's just a pencil by themselves.
There's the zone flip.
Nico has to back away.
Ravens have to make a play here.
Here we go. Letting it through for a Leviathan Club. Actually having advantage, trying to chip away at those points. Have to deal with someone in their zone, though.
Control. They do manage it.
Hammer misses from you. This is fun. Gets yeeted. Does get a pick!
It's a pick on the yeet. There's a trade. Phantom Squid's back in possession of zone. 35-55.
For any kind of damage here. The penalty's almost gone. Booyah coming out. Interesting choice of target.
Penalty is gone. Those points are taken out fast. Ooh, the zone flip at 24 as the pencil jumps out. 55-24.
That's the team pushing up. There goes the whale going off, hoping to pick something, and it does get Toki.
Whale decided that Toki dies today.
Sorry, Toki, your sequel has been canceled.
Penalty is gone on the Leviathans.
We got it to 38.
Being forced to jump out though.
He goes in a precarious position. Hopefully the teammates can come out and fight this out. It looks like they do.
There's
3 down!
Leviathans are 3 down. 24 to 38. That penalty is ticking down. Minute 43 left on the clock.
This squad's fighting for this as hard as they can.
Wheel bomb comes out.
Things do be on the line. Actually getting picked off, and these specials should hopefully pay for the zone in favor of Leviathan Club, and
That's
it does.
the flip. Get that penalty back up. Still 38 to 24.
Going to try to put the fear of people in eyes, but that Zuka fucking getting picked off.
Flip again.
This one's back in control with 1 minute remaining in this game.
Phantom Squids have to hold this zone for 1 entire minute. Or take it back right at the end before losing lead. Ooh, the stamp!
Penalty's almost gone. Wow. Ooh.
Penalty is gone. They make it down to 19 with a 30-point penalty. 30 seconds left on the clock.
You're seeing the grenade shot.
Wheel bomb comes out. Lots of fighting in splash walls. Leviathan going after the kills.
Off control for a
Penalty's
second.
gone. Their points are ticking out fast. They might just...
Stalling! Stalling! Got the zone back!
That's game!
They take it 3-0. That is championship point for the Phantom Squid. They end up winning it out.
By 1 point, they stole that victory. And that, ladies, NBs, and gentlemen, is the end.
They're free. The game is over. Congratulations! You
Congratulations
both fought well.
to the Phantom Squids for their amazing victory. And congrats to Red School of Leviathan Clubs, or Red School Leviathans Club, rather. Let me get your name right. For a hard-fought battle. Wear that silver with pride.
And checking things out in grands, it looks like Metamorphosis has won 3-1 as well, and that's it. Also confirming Super Bracket is also done. Meaning everyone, we're done here. It's been a long 5 hours, but we thank you all for joining us for this showing of Twilight Zone's number 0, the beta test. We thank you all for being here. Thank you for joining us in the Splat League. For us, at least coming back for a little bit of a minor tournament. I'm sure Vince would like to run more little side gigs for us in the tournament. And you can all go to bed, but I'd like to thank you all for being here. For us joining us in this little romp, for us running something again after it's been about 6 years total of us doing stuff for the Splat League. Starting for Proton John. Of course, happy Pride Month, everybody. Trans rights are human rights. We thank you all for being here. And we hope you join us again in the future for future endeavors. We hope you all take good care of yourselves. You all have a good night. We should be closing out here.
Yep. If you want to see more from me, you can find me at solidmushroom.psky.social. That's my blue sky. Or you can find me here on Twitch. My app should be in the stream title. I tend to stream Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays.
I do stream small time here on Wednesdays and Fridays. You can find me at Twitch Super IC or on Blue Sky, also at Super IC. I do art there, but I'm also trying to help out things around there. So it's nice to see you all. Thank you all for hanging, everybody. We hope you had a good time here. and you all have a good night and take care. We'll sign off
Good
now.
night.